The House will come to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Ryden.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon, AML Bacon,
Excused.
Barone, Byrd, Basenecker. Representative Bottoms is excused. Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Duran, English, Representative English is excused. Espinoza, Ferre, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hemrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Representative Joseph is excused. Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Representative Lindsay, Lindstedt, Representative Lindstedt is excused. Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Representative Mabry is excused. Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks. Representative Ricks is excused. Rutinel, Ryden, Sirota, Smith. Rep. Soper is excused. Stewart K. Stewart R. Story. Sukla. Taggart. Titone. Representative Titone. Valdez A.
Excused.
Velasco. Weinberg. Wilford. Representative Wilford.
Excused.
Winter. Woodrow. Rep. Woodrow.
Excused.
Woog. Zokai. And Madam Speaker.
Members, we will be proceeding to business. Representative Ryden?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Journal of Saturday,
Oh.
August 23rd be approved as corrected by the acting chief clerk.
Thank you for that motion. I do need to announce that we have a quorum, although I do not have, we're going to say 57 present, 56 present, 56 present, 8 excused, 1 vacancy. Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Thank you, Representative Ryden. Members, you have heard the motion that the Journal be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of third reading of bills, final passage.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of third reading of bills, final passage. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over Senate Bill 2 until after Senate Bill 3.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 2 will be laid over until after Senate Bill 3. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 1.
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Amabile and Coleman, also Representatives McCluskey and Sirota, concerning the processes for the governor to reduce spending when the state is unable to meet its fiscal obligations and in connection therewith requiring the governor to present spending reduction plans to the Joint Budget Committee and receiving advice from the Joint Budget Committee.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move Senate Bill 1 on third reading and final passage.
Further conversation. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I just want to thank the bill sponsors for bringing this bill forward. I just want to be on the record by saying I appreciate that this brings these guardrails in, and it gives us as legislators more control and authority over these cuts. We have power of the purse, as was highlighted, so I just want to thank the bill sponsors for bringing this bill forward at a time when we shouldn't be granting the governor too much power. I think currently, as it stands, the executive branch has more authority than what it should have, and when we're giving powers back to the legislature where it belongs, who wouldn't disagree with that? This body should have power of the purse, and it should have more authority, control, and oversight over the spending authority, cuts, itemizations, and things of that nature. So I encourage and I vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, based on the Spendthrift Summer Camp that we've been doing, I think it's great that that we're also limiting the governor's ability just to tap into the reserves, because that's what's going to happen, since I think we're at a maximum of, I think we had $1.2 billion in this in the bounce budget. And now I think with all told, I think with the debt incurred, the increased taxation, I think we have about 250 million of that 1.2 billion under wraps. So, but I think what's important is I do think it would be important for if we had actual legislative control in this matter, that we would have the JBC have to actually approve the governor's program. So I am in favor of the bill in that sense, that we're taking a rule from way back of about, saying this percentage of a much smaller number being able, and I don't have, let me see if I have the numbers here. What would have been, like $1.1 billion being authorized for the governor to, to blow if the General Assembly can't balance its budget, which is the history. So I think what we need to do is, I think, and I understand that the intent really would have been for the Joint Budget Committee to actually approve this measure, to approve the governor's plan rather than just review it. So while I'm sure the JBC would have input on it, and that would be important, I think it should actually have approval. But with that, I think also it needs to come back to the General Assembly, the legislative body, because we need, if we can't maintain our budget, then there's something drastically wrong. And so with that, I would like to propose a third reading amendment.
Members, the question before us is
We're talking
permission.
fiscal responsibility.
Members, the question before us is to request permission for a third reading amendment. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote.
Rose. So they'll say no. All right.
Mr. Shebel, please close the machine. With 19 aye, 41 no, 4 excused, and 1 vacancy, the motion is lost. Representative DeGraff, we are back to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, so close, so close. This was going to be my personal No Kings moment because it is unfortunate that we cede all this power to the chamber that is actually intentionally below this room. Not necessarily below this room, but below this floor. Of course, the people's level is above this room, which it's unfortunate that they've given up providing oversight to us because we could definitely need the oversight of the people. Now, the reason that I wanted to run an amendment would be just to get us to, like, if we can't balance our budget, we need to go back, we should be going back and looking at all of the spending. Because if we can't find $1.1 billion, $1.2 billion out of $50 billion, you know, there's things that we should look at. Like, I have a whole list of NGOs, non-audited government organizations, because if the state actually gives money to it, what it is actually by Article 5, Section 34, a government organization. It just has no audit and oversight. And especially when we're talking about NGOs and what's considered a nonprofit organization, and that nonprofit organization just recycles its money into higher paychecks for its members. And some of those nonprofit organizations, non-audited profit organizations, and non-audited government organizations are being run from inside this room, which creates an incredible conflict of interest.
And Representative DeGraff, I'm sure you are not implying that members of this room have undue influence from an outside organization, but rather you are implying that there should be greater oversight of the state dollars. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And if we could keep it to that point and not impugn the motives of members, that would be outstanding.
What I meant to say was that there is a potential, I didn't mean to say there is a conflict of interest. It is an appearance of a conflict of interest.
And we understand that members of this room would not be subject to that conflict of interest because we hold each other in the highest of regards.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative DeGraff.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. But there is the matter of appearances, and we do need to make sure by providing the citizens the insight, the oversight, which they should have from the beautiful chairs that we have sitting up here, unfortunately mostly empty. I would love to see these chairs filled so everybody could see how their liberties and finances are taken from them. But democracy thrives in darkness. So anyways, what I would like to have seen, I would like to have seen the General Assembly take on a No Kings moment, because that was your whole, I mean, weren't there protests over this? But instead, we've given the governor, we ceded to the governor this authority to enter into our reserves, to enter into the reserves funding. So we're actually ceding the responsibility of that has been given to us by we the people to do these fiscal matters, to give the governor a budget. Now, unfortunately, this means that a large part of the direction is coming, instead of coming down from we the people and then down to the governor to execute the will of the legislation on behalf of securing the rights of we the people, we have in this bill still, I mean, I do appreciate the oversight of the JBC, but in this bill still, we do have the governor basically dictating to the General Assembly how it should spend the money of we the people. So I'm disappointed that the party who purports to be about no kings has a king, and I think that is an unfortunate matter. So onward with Spendthrift Summer Camp.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 1 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 4 no, 4 excused, and 1 vacancy, Senate Bill 1 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 3.
Senate Bill 3 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Wallace, also Representatives Garcia and Stewart Kay, concerning supporting access to healthy food for Coloradans and in connection therewith, amending the ballot issue language for a measure on the November 2025 ballot and modifying the permissible uses of the Healthy School Meals for All Cash Fund.
Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 3 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to go on the record for explaining why I will be a no vote on this bill. I want to I really do appreciate the work for this bill sponsorship for moving this bill forward. I know we want to fix a lot of the issues, especially when it comes to our children. I just also want to go on the record what I've said it earlier before, where not all children would benefit from this program. You have high-income families who, in turn, are able to provide and pay for their kids' meals. Number one. Number two, my district can't afford to continue to waste taxpayer dollars by throwing food away, which is what I've also articulated in the past when I have heard from multiple people across the state that we just have a lot of food in schools that are being thrown away, and taxpayers do not like when their money is just essentially being thrown away. Taxpayers, when it comes to children, are very generous, and we see, especially in my district, the need to help and provide for all children. But when they see that the food is being wasted, that's a problem. My district cannot afford that, and I really did consider this bill, and I know we're also trying to find ways to protect SNAP, and I think there are other ways that we can do so, especially if we make cuts elsewhere to fund SNAP. But I think this is just not the way to specifically fund SNAP. I think if we become more innovative, I'm happy to have the discussion with my colleagues across the aisle on ways that we can actually fund SNAP. And so just for those reasons, I will have to be a no vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One, I don't think this really falls in line with the intent. I mean, I do understand that the governor's call out, his executive order with the proclamation buried in it, should make sure that these programs are funded. But one of the things that I noted is that when we looked at this with H.R. 1 again, is that SNAP was not actually defunded. Now, there was an estimated savings that it was about $284 billion, I think the numbers were, from what I read, that would be saved over a period of time, and some of that was due to a little bit more stringent work rules, a little bit more asking participation from the people that are on it. Because after all, I mean, this is the party of from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. And so when we had, now that of course was only after the enslavement of the will, but still, what we're talking about is having the individuals who are able-bodied adults without dependents put towards their own sustenance. And that should be in line with from each according to his ability to each according to his need. So you've determined that their need, but we've not held them to their according to their ability part. Now, ultimately, that's a bad if it's decided by the same people, that's a really bad thing because it results in the starvation of millions. But that's just history, a warning from the future. But in this case, I think it's really important for the people to know that despite all the rhetoric of this campaign, this political stunt of being able to say H.R. 1 bad, H.R. 1 bad, H.R. 1 bad, when the hole was blown in the budget before we even got here, before the H.R. 1 was even signed.
Representative DeGraff, one moment, please. Members, we are on third reading. There should not be conversation. It's loud in the chamber. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there's a lot of here in the legislative declaration that I think is should have been probably a little bit more fact-checked, probably a little bit more, had a little bit more scrutiny in terms of what actually H.R. 1 did. But I understand that's not the purpose of this meeting of Spendthrift Summer Camp. So it's important to note that what we're talking about is an increase, a little bit more scrutiny in the work rules. And one of the work rules that we talked about this morning was going from like age 55 to age 65. Well, I'm not really sure why somebody age 55 would be in the stop work mode, especially when the government has determined that in order to stop work, that you need to go till, I think Medicare's, we're talking about 65 and a half, or you're being pushed to 70 years old. I know in the aviation community, we have a mandatory retirement of 65, and then that's being pushed back to 67 and a half in order for, this gap in Medicare, Medicaid. So we've got a 55-year-old age limit, and then we've got our other social net over here of 65. And one thing that we don't have when we're trillions of dollars in debt, we just don't have excess funds. Now, of course, if the people in Colorado don't understand about that excess debt, that money that is borrowed from a lot of times even people hostile to the United States of America, that debt.
Representative DeGraff, could I have you bring it back to the bill, please?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. We're talking about this idea that these programs are being unfunded, and they're not necessarily being unfunded. We're saying that the bill seems to be saying that they are no longer adequate. And a lot of the inadequacy of a bill like this comes from inflation, and that inflation comes from borrowing money, which creates imaginary coinage in the system. And despite my pick a penny amendment that would have actually raised revenue for the state, that we have the government is first devaluing the currency and then telling the citizens of Colorado that, by the way, we want more of your worth less currency. And so by not getting control of the spending, by not getting control of the monetary process, we're just digging a bigger hole. And if you're going to dig a hole, if you're ever going to get out of that hole, the first thing you have to do is stop digging. And what these bills are doing is we're digging a hole deeper, saying that we're going to solve this problem next year, or the next year, or the next year, or the next year, somewhere down the line on the backs of our children. Because it's always about the children, but this is not being done for the children, this is being done to the children. Bills like this. So despite the emotive bait of that it's for the children, if you're drinking already, that would be one. But that would be something that we need. So now we have Prop MM to put more money into these programs that weren't actually cut with SNAP. I mean, as far as I understand the budget, maybe I'm wrong. There's a lot to this. Let's look at the actual language. Let's look at the actual bill, because what I read is $284 billion was expected to be saved. But now, if that money is actually not cut and then we put more money into it, I think what would happen is that money would overflow and that would go back into the TABOR, into our Taxpayer Bill of Rights, would be controlled by our Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It's really a pity that we don't actually have time to address these issues. And then it would be refunded to the taxpayers because it would be an overage. But now that this is going to do is going to go to the taxpayers and say, hey, any overage that we have taken from you, we want you to just give back to the state. Because the citizens of Colorado, because this body won't be happy until the citizens have nothing. So I'm opposed to this, not because I'm against for the children. There's another one. I am for the children, but I would like the children to have a future, and I would like us to stop mortgaging the future. And when we're spending money on nonprofit organizations, non-audited organizations, to the tunes of tens of millions, hundreds of millions per month, and when citizens look at it and say, some of those are being run from there, again, it's only the appearance of impropriety, but the appearance is something that we need to address. And when we can't find the money to fund programs like this that we say are critical, when we say that these are a priority, I think again, we ought to note that the root word of priority is prior. And if it's a priority, you fund it prior to everything else. But what we're funding is funding special interests. We're funding green interests. So what we need to be doing is we need to go back and we need to say, look, we blew through our budget. We need to go back and take a look at this like any responsible citizen would do, whichever responsible citizen expects this body to do. Funny, for the citizens of Colorado think we actually analyze our budget every year instead of rubber stamping it through. And this is just another session of Rubber Stamp-a-Palooza. It is, to the citizens of Colorado, the grift just continues. So it's the irresponsibility of bills like this is it's just asking for more money from the people of Colorado. So I'm not against for the children. There's another one. So it's a matter of, I think we need to have our priorities prioritized, and if it's a priority, you fund it prior to everything else. We don't spend money on nonprofit organizations. I think the sponsors would agree that we don't send money to nonprofit organizations to bolster the salaries of nonprofit organizations while we don't have enough money to feed the children. Because it is for the children. So I am disappointed, again, that we are going this, and again, this doesn't reduce the shortfall at all. We haven't really actually done any serious work towards addressing the shortfall, and now we have a bill that says we want to take more money from the citizens of Colorado by saying, hey, if we accidentally take more money from you, we would like your permission to keep it because we have demonstrated absolutely no ability to be fiscally responsible with that money, so we would like more of it.
Representative DeGraff, you have 55 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When the punitive nature of irresponsible spending is more money, I think what you get is more irresponsible spending. We know we had bills, I think it was from Koyak last year, that talked about all of the all of the food waste, the tens of millions of dollars of food waste that goes into it, how often that these foods that they're given are empty calories, that we're pumping these kids full of insulin resistance, and we're turning them to ADD and aggression with some of the foods that we're promoting here, if it doesn't go into the trash. We're not doing a serious audit of these programs, but we just say we want to give more money. I ask for a no vote on this. Let's, at some point, I mean, it's only day 4, but maybe there's hope that we could do some serious legislation to address the debt
Representative DeGraff,
problem.
your time has expired. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I'm going to start where I did yesterday. I applaud the fact that we're actually putting something before the people to ask them to give us money. That is something we should have been doing with every bill we've considered up until now, but this is the only one that actually recognizes that we do need the consent of the governed and the consent of our taxpayers to take more money. And with that, I still have the same objections. What we intend to do, what we say we're going to do, is meaningless unless we put it in writing. I'd asked yesterday for an amendment that said if this ballot measure fails, we can at least commit as a state to not push an unfunded mandate down onto the counties for increased administrative costs. I was told that will be a conversation that happens later. I believe it's a commitment we should have been able to make before we put this ballot measure out. I was welcome to the drafting process late in the game here at the dais, and I appreciate the welcome. It would have been nice that any of us had been invited into the drafting process before it came to the floor. But we can learn new things every day and try to get better every day. I am disappointed that we're clearly on a path, and mechanically and 3-year averages may make it so that we just cannot get under an average of 6% error rate before that portion of H.R. 1 hits where we share in the burden of providing subsidies for those on SNAP. But some serious discussion about that looming bill should have been happening as well. So while I, again, appreciate the intent is to go to the voters and actually get their consent. I am going to be a no vote on this because we can't make some simple commitments that we're going to try harder in the future and that we're not going to push expenses down on counties. I suspect that the conversation that happens in the future is going to be a large number of counties standing up and saying, we're not doing this anymore. State, take back human services. Run it yourself. That's a conversation that's bubbled around for at least the 8 years that I was a commissioner, and this is going to put a fine point on it. We are being asked to do a lot with very little and a little less by the federal government. We can't be demanding the counties do more with less and wash our hands of this. So there's going to be some hard conversations coming up, but I urge a no vote on this.
Representative Espinoza.
Members, as you know from my comments yesterday, this is a program which is very important to me, and this amendment to the bill that we previously passed, which means all of the other arguments with regard to the healthy school meals is done and gone. That's not what's at issue today. What's at issue today is the deficit that has been caused by H.R. 1. And yesterday, there was a lot of comments that H.R. 1 didn't have any direct effects, but it does with this program. As I pointed out, fundamentally, the first thing that the government has done is backed away from a commitment they have made to the states from the initiation of this program, which is to handle the administrative portion of this program. That was money because our state is a program which does have the counties provide this service, had dollars that went directly to the counties. So I want to start there. Why is that important? And why does the comment of my good colleague that was just made distress me so much? Instead of looking at what we're trying to do to fill that budget gap, which the federal government is creating directly to the counties, the counties would say, we're no longer going to feed our kids or take the responsibility to administer this program. I don't think that's the right approach. As a state, we want to ensure that we support this program and that we can fund this program and fund the portion of this program that has been directly given to us by the federal government in H.R. 1. We know that that reality exists. We talked yesterday a lot about the error rate, and I went home and I thought about that and thought about that. If your child came home with a 90% on their report card, would you say that is not good enough and so we are going to punish you because you don't have 100%? A 10% error rate means that we're doing a 90% good job in a very complicated area. We talked a little bit yesterday about what the factors are that go into creating that error rate. Those factors include if you're a person who's barely getting by and you are on for example, Lyft, and you fail to report one of your Lyft driving receipts to the community services, that results in an error rate because it's an underreporting of your income. It's nothing that we can do as a state, and maybe it was totally unintentional because you didn't get that in the same time frame, or it gets reported to you after the fact, and so you go to amend that. That amendment creates an error rate. Any of those mistakes is what we're talking about. So these aren't things where people are engaging in fraud or abuse. It also might be an error rate where something was calculated incorrectly and someone was either underpaid or overpaid. And what are we doing when we get those circumstances? We then adjust that to pay them correctly or to take back the money from their next level of payment. But we get no credit for that. That's still an error. That is part of the error rate. So again, when we think about having less than a 10%, because we're not at 10%, less than a 10% error rate, we're doing over 90% correctly in a very complicated area. When the director who administers these programs for the states talked to us about the level of training necessary to actually do this job, she said it was 18 to 24 months before someone became proficient in administering all of the various jobs, including SNAP and the benefits that we have. And that, again, is thanks to our federal government imposing different requirements for each of these programs. As a state, we take the federal government mandate, and we then administer them. But we have two new different mandates that we don't know how they're going to play out, which is going to create even more havoc for our actual caseworkers in this area. Work requirements both here and in Medicaid. The reason this is critical, and we still are going to be facing a lot of questions in January how we're going to fund the additional training and things that came into effect in October of this year, this bill won't solve that problem, that deficit, but it will help us with next year's budget when we have the $50 million hit because of our error rate and because of the federal government backing away from administration. It will allow us to continue the SNAP program. And why is that important? SNAP, as a benefit, also helps every rural county, not only to provide food for those people in your counties who are lower income and can't and qualify for the benefit, but it also, with the healthy school meals, I'll go back a little bit, provides an opportunity for our ranchers and our local community producers, our agricultural producers, to work in connection with our schools and with the individuals we're doing to address my good colleague from Weld County's concerns about not having healthy enough meals. But how do we do that? The SNAP benefit itself is a very minimal amount. I think it's less than $2 a day. It's a very small amount. One of the other programmatic cuts that was made to this program and that we put into this bill is money to allow for outreach related to supplemental nutritional assistance program. And somebody might think, well, why do we have that and what is that about? That was another cut that was made in HR 1 funding. Previously, again, the federal government provided money in addition to the money they provided for basic, we'll give you the money to give checks to your people. In addition to that money, they provided money for outreach. And why was that money important? Because that money allowed people to go into the community and teach lower income people how to survive on that low SNAP benefit and how to buy things that were more healthy for them. Things that included farmers markets, things that included things that will support our agriculture, our ranchers, our farmers in the state of Colorado. So there was a symbiotic relationship that was critically important that was supported previously by the federal government. When they take that away, guess who has to bear the burden? You all who know local government know that when we take it away, the local governments have to do it. When the federal government takes it away, we as a state have to bear that burden. And so what we're asking for in this amendment is that the citizens of Colorado look at increasing our ability to use those funds in ways that will directly help this SNAP program. I just want to say, think about it. Is 90% really that horrible? I don't think so. Especially when you consider the level of difficulty in ensuring that we are complying with ever-shifting regulations. Our county workers are amazing at doing this job. Our county workers should not be punished because the federal government is taking away those resources. And in light of our current state budget crisis, we don't want to have this be an unfunded mandate to the counties. And so, as a party, my colleagues brought forth a bill at a timely manner to be able to fund the deficit that's directly tied to these changes in the federal program. It's not about funding the children, it's about feeding the hungry. You know, it being Sunday, I just want to end. I don't usually take away our good representative from Denver's preaching mode, but it being Sunday, I just want to say, when you saw someone hungry and you didn't feed them, that was someone who you didn't feed. So, in the spirit of doing our job, let's feed the hungry and pass this bill.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
I just want to touch on what my colleague just said and ask that as we go into session next year and as you all are making decisions, she just reiterated that it's no different than the unfunded mandates from this building, is pretty much what she said, hurts our counties. We have to have some consistency. We really do. We have so many avenues in this state to make money. We really do. And that's what makes this hard for me. I beat on this all the time, but when we go back to clean air, I don't think there's anybody that doesn't want clean air. You guys own the business or building. You guys have set those dates, but when we're in crises like this, why can't we pull some of this stuff back to help generate revenue in our state? I mean, if we're really at 0 hour and we're pulling all the stops, why don't we look at oil and gas and say, you do what you do best? We have a president right now that wants to be the #1 net exporter of natural gas in the world for geopolitical reasons. He wants to be able to shut Russia out of Europe.
Hey, Mel Winter, I want to give you some leeway here.
Well, thank
Just
you.
bring it back
I'm
to
just
the
talking
bill.
about how to fill the gap, ma'am. I'm
Gotcha.
sorry. So when we look at this bill come and we're trying to fill the gap through the ballot initiative, all I'm trying to say is there's other avenues that we can do to bring money back into the state. And I'm pretty sure that the groups that we talk to, when they see a bill like this, they would be okay saying, okay, we might do a quick pause and try to fix things. Like my other colleagues said, I don't mind feeding and helping people. That's not an issue. The problem I have is we see more and more and more waste, and we keep throwing money at a problem. I mean, I look at myself. I could pay for my kids' school lunches. Will it hit my budget? Yeah. But we talk about all the time everybody pulling their own weight. I think that if the people that pulled their own weight in this situation, who could pay for their kids' lunches, wouldn't that make a difference? On the bottom line, it would. I really believe that. So I look at all the different things that we could do to really solve this problem. And there's a plethora of things that we could do. And that's why I would encourage you, please, sit down with us and listen to some of these ideas. Like I said during regular session, put the swords down. And let's use both sets of ideas to fix this. It doesn't have to be a hard stop all the time. It really doesn't. We're not saying run rampant, change everything you want to do. What we're saying is in emergencies like this, are we just going to throw part of the tools in to fix it? Or are we going to throw all the tools in to fix it? And that's what makes it hard for me. I think we have waste. I think there's ways we can do this. And I think that there's ways we wouldn't have been in this situation if this state was being propped up with the resources that it has. So with that, I thank you for listening to me on Sunday morning. God bless you all. And at this point, I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm also coming up here in opposition to this bill for the simple reason that it keeps coming back, that President Trump, congressional members, and H.R. 1 are at fault here. I want to repeat, H.R. 1 did everybody in this nation a favor by lowering your taxes and not having your governments misspending your taxpayer money. When we put more money in the pockets of people, they can actually donate to these nonprofits that the state of Colorado is already donating to with taxpayer money. But the thing is, the difference is that the people of Colorado that pay taxes to the state don't have a choice to which organization this money goes to. We make that decision for them. It shouldn't be that way. If you have more money in your pocket, the people can actually choose which organization they want to donate to help these programs succeed. Now, SNAP here is, yes, SNAP is very important, and I said this yesterday. But what H.R. 1 did is minimize the wasteful spending and people that are taking advantage of this system. Nonprofits, they actually help out and donate to these programs knowing that they're actually going to do good with this money. Now, this money, we don't know, there's no oversight, there's no transparency on how this money is being spent. Who knows, maybe this money is just going to office workers pushing these papers around and not actually going to the people that actually these programs are intended to help. If we let this go through the way it's supposed to go through with H.R. 1, 1, 2, maybe 3 years in the future, we will see that actually this program is going to succeed more in helping the people that actually need help, minimizing this wasteful spending. Wouldn't you agree that saving money is a good thing? The money that actually needs to go to the people that really need it, it goes to them and not to people in working age adults that could actually provide for themselves but decide not to because they know that the government and this legislative body is going to help them either way? Nonprofits, these non-government audited nonprofits could be wasting this taxpayer money. The people can decide for themselves who they want to donate to. This bill is just extending the wasteful spending. We should let it ride, see what it does, and you will see it's actually going to be more effective under H.R. 1. The money is going to the right people. The money is being spent rightfully under H.R. 1, and time will tell. This is just extending that, and it's continuing to wasteful spend. I will be a no vote on this bill, and I urge the same.
Representative Bradley.
It's too tall, way too tall. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy Sunday. I'd definitely rather be in church today, not the church of the government, but here we are. We keep talking about H.R. 1, and I know that that's polling to message really well for you guys, but it's not working. I'm just going to tell you, you should save your breath because it's just not working for the people of Colorado. H.R. 1 saved Coloradans from the largest tax hike in history, but state Democrats were planning on that tax hike, already spent the money, and now here we are. That's plain and simple, just plain and simple. That's the polling, that's the messaging. You spent the money, and now we're here figuring out how to raise taxes. Again, you're doing a great job, by the way. Who would lose SNAP benefits or see reduced assistance? Because we're talking about, oh my God, SNAP benefits are gonna be gone, oh my God. Hey, how about we make millions of able-bodied adults work? How about we do that? How about we make people that can actually work? Our minority leader works 3 jobs and has kids, and she's a single mom. How about we make actually able-bodied adults work? Go to work. If you can work, go to work. We're gonna cut your assistance. The bill expands strict work requirements, able-bodied adults up to age 64. We just talked about this. A good representative from El Paso must work, train, or volunteer 20 hours a week. Whoa, 20 hours a week. We've already been, we spent 20 hours in a day almost here. 80 hours a month to qualify. Oh my gosh, 20 hours a week and you're an able-bodied adult. Wow, that's awful. As a result, 3.2 million adults could lose benefits in a typical month. Go to work. Go to work. If you can work, go to work. So that other people can have the benefits that they need. If you can work, go to work. Older adults and parents with school-age children, adults aged 55 to 64, close to where I am, and I'm working, without dependents are newly subject to time limits. Around 1 million such individuals are at risk of losing benefits. You should go to work. Parents with children aged 7 and older lose their exemptions and face the same work mandates. About 800,000 parents could be affected. Go to work. Your children need to see you working. They don't need to see you on government assistance if you can work. Collectively, these changes could impact roughly 1.4 million adults aged 55 to 64. Go to work. The bill shifts, and this is the biggest part, more cost to states by lowering federal administrative reimbursement from 50 to 25%, increasing the likelihood that states may tighten eligibility or reduce outreach. Whoa. The states are going to have to tighten their belts. Wow. You're going to have to go line item and start cutting some stuff? No, because we're already giving $4 million to Planned Parenthood and cutting into severance tax that feeds revenue to schools to punish oil and gas. So figure it out. I'm furious. I'm missing kids' games. I have to restructure my work schedule tomorrow, and we've cut $200 million to the $1 billion budget shortfall. Why am I here? Why are my patients missing out on their physical therapy tomorrow to cut $220 million? We should be going line item by line item. Start cutting and trimming the fat. This is ridiculous. I'm missing baseball games today. Able-bodied people should be working. Stop laying out the hammock for these people to be on benefits for the rest of their life. Get to work.
Representative Bradley to the bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. SNAP must reward work, not discourage it. Welfare should be a temporary bridge, not a permanent way of life. The state needs to tighten their belts. We are here again after passing almost 700 bills just 2 months ago to tighten our belts, and bill after bill I'm seeing us not tighten our belts. We're expanding our belts. We don't want the kids who deserve to be fed not get the food they need. But I will tell you, kids at my kids' schools are laughing at you guys because they're getting extra pieces of pizza and they're throwing half of it away. Thank you. Thank you for contributing to the fraud and waste. They don't need it in Douglas County, most of these kids. The McKinney-Vento kids need it. And they're watching the kids throw away the food that they so desperately need. Those are the kids that need it. Why do we continue with fraud and waste in this space? Why are we not feeding the kids that actually need it? We have a system. They enter a 6-digit code, and it says, this is free lunch for those kids. Give it to the kids that deserve to be fed. Those kids are going home hungry at night and on the weekends, while other kids are throwing pizza and apples and snacks away. The lunch ladies are asking me, begging me, stop doing this. You're not feeding the kids that desperately need it. And kids are laughing at you guys. They don't care about it. While the kids in the school that will go home without dinner are watching. We told the sponsors this last session, there is a way to cut wasteful food loss by giving it to the kids that need it. Sit us down at the table. Bring us to the table. Bring the mom of 4 children to the table. I do a fundraiser for McKinney-Vento kids every single year in Douglas County to give them Christmas gift cards, to help them have a Christmas. There are desperate kids in desperate need, and this is not the way. But thank you for taking it to the people. Thank you, bill sponsors. Thank you for giving it to the people. Thank you for letting them decide. And I think they're gonna see past this messaging. They wanna feed the hungry kids in our state. This is not the way to do it, but thank God you're gonna give it to the people. Vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you all know, teacher 32 years, Overland High School. And healthy school meals is very, very important to my school and to schools throughout the state. We're talking about our kids here. I don't want to just let it ride. Healthy school meals help our students to learn, grow, and thrive, resulting in better academic performance, social and emotional well-being, poverty reduction, by addressing childhood hunger and poverty. Many of the kids that get these meals, these are the only 2 meals they'll get all day, and they get it at school. All of Colorado students must have access to good, nutritious food to reach their potential. It's the right thing to do. Let's support our schools and our students and vote yes on this bill.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. So earlier, we heard from a representative whose first name I'm remembering, but sorry, from Denver. We heard from a representative from Denver who quoted the scriptures of the Christian religion, which compelled me to come up here because actually this morning I was scheduled to preach in church on a message that is relevant to this conversation. Obviously, I can't give the message at the church, so I think portions of it are so relevant and so to this bill that I will share them with you here. In the same way that if we look at only one section or one little note in the CRS, we may miss an actual way of applying that section because we don't look at the fullness of the statutes. the Holy Scriptures, known as the Bible, work the same way. You have to take into account the full context, the whole counsel of God. And so while the scripture that was shared is indeed there and true and relevant and needed, it is only one aspect of a larger conversation. A conversation that really is so tantamount to what we do here, but very rarely gets named or expressed. A question of jurisdiction, of authority, of who decides, of whose responsibility is it? Now, the passage that was mentioned was a passage that actually is referencing the obligations of individual actors. It is not referencing the role and jurisdiction and authority of government. That is dealt with in another section, actually a number of other sections in Scripture. You see, the way that the Christian God structured the world to work is a decentralization of authority and responsibilities. The family has certain responsibilities. The government has certain responsibilities. The church and community have certain responsibilities. Individuals have certain responsibilities. Employers have certain responsibilities. And when one entity starts to take the responsibilities of other of these organizations, that whole perfectly balanced system starts to break down. One way of confessing that or sharing that is in scripturally stated, the wages of sin is death, meaning when you fail to abide God's design, suffering ensues. Now, it is the scriptural understanding that when you have people in need, the first line of defense are other members of that person's family. In fact, Scripture says that if you fail to take care of your own family, you are worse than an unbeliever. You're not part of this body of believers. But let's say that someone doesn't have any family. They're a widow or an orphan, and they're without that. Well, then Scripture leaves, or they're infirm. Scripture leaves that responsibility to the church body to come alongside. Why? To be that person's family. It's not transactional, it's relational. But let's say you have a family and the remainder of your family, all of you together, cannot provide. What then? Well, actually, it then falls on the business community to seek out gleaning opportunities. So you see, in ancient Israel, there was this notion of gleaning. And agricultural owners, farmers, were allowed to take the first fruits. They gave the first fruits to God, but the second first fruits, so to speak, they were the ones responsible for tending to. But they couldn't go through their fields over and over and over again. They could go through once. And then they had to allow able-bodied poor individuals to come into their fields and collect. Why is that such a beautiful design? Well, one, because we are created to create. We derive dignity, part of our dignity is in the work. And so opening the fields up for people to work actually leads to flourishing by the way that we are designed. But then on the other side of the equation, right? So you inspire the able-bodied poor to be able to engage in the fullness of who they were created to be, and to not become dependent or covetous of folks who have more than them. On the other side, you restrain the greed of the landowner, of those big bad corporations, so to speak, because they have to have a mind to their community. They know that they can't go through and get every last morsel in peace. They have to have a mind to those who are in need. And that builds cohesiveness, that builds care, that builds relationship. And when government inserts itself and tries to play the role and tries to assure that everybody is provided for, you break down that entire system, and you know what you end up with? A lot of very selfish, purposelessness, misguided people who don't know anyone else and don't have any community. You lose love, which is actually what that scripture was pointing to that was referenced earlier. Love. Love your neighbor. consider their needs, and sacrifice yourself willingly with consent for them.
And Rep. Luck, you have about 3 minutes and 37 seconds left. If you could bring it back to the bill at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So how does this relate to this bill? It goes back to this fundamental issue that divides our parties. What is the role of government? Is it the role of government to provide these services, or is it not? In voting no for this bill does not necessarily mean, I can't speak for all of the members of my caucus, but I can say for me, it does not mean I want kids to go hungry. If I did, I wouldn't be helping to fund the meals for an entire school the last 2 weeks. It means that I believe this is not the mechanism by which that is to be done, because you lose the life that was intended in the original design. If you agree with this bill on the grounds that you do think this is the role of government, perhaps you say, you know what, the normal folks out there, they're not stepping into this gap, there's a vacuum, we can't have people go hungry, and so we have to fill it. I get that. But I would ask that you also get that those of us who vote no are not necessarily voting no, again, I can't speak for all of my colleagues, but are not necessarily voting no because somehow they hope that other people will be hungry. Somehow they don't appreciate the harms and the situations and the economic place that other people are in. Perhaps we just have a different solution that we think might work better, might give more life to our communities than what is proposed here. Again, I understand there's worldview differences. I understand that some might say, how dare you be speaking in these lines? Well, I will say the door was opened for me. But I will also say that if we really want to have genuine conversations, we have to understand the fundamental principles upon which all of us are basing our assumptions and our policies and our views of the world. And if we can't understand that, and we devolve into, you want people to be hungry, you want to steal, you blah, 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 we'll never get anywhere else. There are more solutions on the table than often we talk about. There are more ways of constructing our world than the ways we often discuss here. We are not the end-all be-all. We are not the only social institution that can fill some of these needs. And I just would ask that as we consider policies like that, we consider the fullness of the spectrum, the whole board game, not just our little part. I understand the need to want to do something. I get it. I don't want anybody to go hungry either. I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. And at least from my worldview and that of many of my constituents, government is not the answer to problems like this. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I come down here today because as I'm rereading the bill here, the bill sponsors are wanting to go back to the voters to ask for money. And I just wanted to check the first time that you went to the voters, I'm remembering that you asked for $150 million, I believe. Am I correct? Well, I'm not going to get an answer there. But also when the first year of this Healthy Meals for All program, it was run out. They ran out of money, and it was terribly in the hole, and the state had to provide a lot of money to get to the end of the school year. So now you want to go back to the voters and ask for $95 million more. And that brings the price tag up to $245 million, and that's a lot of money to go into the trash can. So I'm asking, have you done any means testing to see where there's money needs to be, these foods need to be given, these kids that need to have it? Because I can assure you that it's probably not every student or school district. And every district that has their kids that need this healthy meal, they have ways that they can serve these meals without just looking discriminated. Now, the bill, as I understand it, then goes and says that anything money left over will go to support the SNAP program. So we have healthy meals here, and we have SNAP here, and we put them together in a bill that now is, am I correct, $245 million? That's a lot of money. I'd like to tell the people in my district, I certainly do not want any child or any family to go hungry, but I don't think this bill has been researched enough to warrant this amount of money. I urge a no vote.
And I've got Representative Weinberg next, AML Bacon, and then we'll just keep going back and forth. Great. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and good morning, fellow colleagues. You know, I'll start off by commending the bill sponsors on the intent and the idea behind all this. This hits a little home specifically for my city, Thompson School District, and the city of Loveland. I understand what it is. I have spoken with many people that are in my district that are reliant on these programs, and especially dealing with this past session and having to hear that some of these programs were going to fall off. And as you and I know, people wouldn't know that these programs are going to fall off, and those kids are going to get sent to school with parents expecting that their kids were going to get fed, and sure enough, not know. So this one does hit home with me. I do have some opposition to it, and I'll be as respectful as possible because I love this bill 60% of it, if you can do that. And you know, in this room, you learn fairly quickly it's very hard to get to 100% on anything. And the fact that you've even gotten me to a 60% is, again, I'll end off with an absolute compliment and nothing further, because this is a good idea. We've started something in this state, right? We've set the precedence, we've set the bar of making sure that people go to school and that they get fed, and that children, the core future of a whole state, actually are going to have the fuel to learn in school and be able to practice efficiently. Lumping this in with another program is where I get a stopgap. And again, I'll commend that it's going to the voters, which again is a brilliant thing. I almost feel like we should do this with everything half the time. So the voters will ultimately decide. So my real purpose on coming down, besides for complimenting the idea and everything of what the bill sponsors are getting forward here, is I want to make sure that the voters, or if anybody's listening today on a Sunday, or any clips that we put out on social feeds after this special session, that the voters actually understand what they're voting for this November. So voters will be asked in November, this November ballot 2025, whether to raise $95 million annually by limiting tax deductions for individuals making $300,000 or more a year. The original ballot measure was only about school meals. The original ballot measure, as in all the voters in the state passed, to feed kids. This ballot measure is slightly different. 003 amends the ballot language this time so the tax money can also be spent on SNAP benefits in Colorado, outreach to help families access SNAP, and one of my favorites, honestly, is community-based nutrition education programs. Now, again, that information set aside, where my district is coming from on where we're having a little bit of an issue here is I think it should be two separate bills. I think expansion of SNAP or getting people, because of, as we've heard multiple times down here in the blaming of HR 1 and so on and so forth. I won't get into any of that. But the SNAP benefits should be a separate bill, in my opinion. So that's where I'm grappling. The funding source for this is $95 million comes from limiting itemized or standard state income tax deductions. $1,000 cap for single filers, $2,000 cap for joint filers. Households under $300,000 of income are unaffected in the state of Colorado. The expansion of the Healthy School Meals for All Fund is, again, a great idea if it stands on its own boundary. If voters approve this ballot measure, the Healthy School Meals for All Cash Fund will not just pay for free school meals and higher wages for cafeteria staff, but also, herein lies where I see as an issue, it increases and expands the SNAP administration, the SNAP outreach, and community nutrition education. Which again, I would think we should separate these entities out because they're two different things. This bill specifically ties this expansion to the fact that federal funding cuts to SNAP in 2025 shifted $50 million in new costs to our state. Again, I think we can wait until January to have these lengthy discussions. And from now until January, I think we could literally talk to all the organizations and the entities that would be involved in this to figure out a true solution as to how to permanently fix the shortfalls that have happened to the state. The fiscal guardrails here is the money in the fund can only start being used for SNAP and nutrition education starting July 1st, 2026. And only in certain reserve levels are met in the fund. Now this is where I grapple as well, is with this last session and the shortfalls that we experienced prior to everything that happened on the federal stage, we're having an issue that coming into a certain school year period, we're not going to have food. So this, what I would love to have seen is that this bill would have gone into effect sooner than later as to not have that shortfall of nutrition for our children between that period. So I understand we're moving quickly through a special session, but January through July, we're still going to have that shortfall of children going to school without food, and that we need to address, in my opinion, now, today. I understand the legislative rationale. Again, I understand the bill sponsors. I commend them again for coming up with a solution. I think it needs to be a little bit more immediate when it comes to feeding our children. I think the immediate solution needs to happen in January so that our kids and our parents are not being blindsided for not being able to be fed during that school day. And again, I want to just reiterate what the voters are going to face this November. This is a ballot question asking them to raise $95 million annually via limiting deductions on income earners of $300,000 or more. So I just want to explain where this money is coming from, and this is to fund free school meals and broader school food security programs, and then in addition to that, it adds into SNAP and nutrition education. So again, you couldn't get me here today, but I want to make sure the voters understand what they're voting for in November, and let's try and solve this problem. We've set the precedence for feeding our children in the schools, so let's, in January, coming back to session, I really think we should all as a body, not just 2 or 3 or 4 of us, should get behind legislation that makes sure our children are fed. The children that need to be fed are fed 100%. So, thank you.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And, thank you to my colleagues, particularly thank you to my last colleague from Loveland for those sentiments. I was riled up a few minutes ago because I heard a few things that I want to address, and I think I will, because it is a Sunday, control my tone. And maybe I won't go into Baptist mode. But I want to say this. I want to respond to a few things I heard said in this well, and I want to respond to them on behalf of my neighbors, particularly across the state, not just those in House District 7. I'm going to respond to a few sentences. I heard something about welfare and being ashamed to being on that. I heard something about your kids need to see you work. I heard something about handouts. And I heard some other words that maybe I'll refrain from saying. So I want to be clear about what SNAP is, what it does, and who benefits from it, because I want us to be also clear about why we are supporting this program. Because I think the federal bill may have been legislated to on myths, on stereotypes, and stereotypes that have been built over time to shame people. So myth number one, the overwhelming majority people who are on SNAP go to work. They go to work every day. And quite honestly, tax cuts for those who might do overtime up to a certain amount along with tips, because HR 1 did cap how much you're going to get on those tax cuts, up to maybe $12,000 or X amount of dollars, don't mean nothing if your health care goes up $40,000. It don't mean nothing if you can't actually cover the other costs that are going to go up for this. And so the majority of people on SNAP do go to work. Their kids do see them going to work. Actually, that is provable. The reason why people might be on SNAP is because the amount of money they are earning doesn't match what it is that they need to live. The amount of people on SNAP, you may not actually know who that is in your county. And so we have some data. Mesa County, there are 20,000 people in Mesa County who receive the benefits of SNAP. And it's not just because the program has changed to say that you need to be working up to the age of 65. Presently, 78,000 people over the age of 60 are on SNAP. We're not just talking about the people who have kids over the age of 14 need to go it. When we say that the matching rate has declined and we are getting less money because of the error rate, which, by the way, is administered by counties who have to do increased work with lesser money, that is a federally unfunded mandate. The state is getting lesser dollars for a total impacted overall program for the people who are going to work. So kids are seeing their parents go to work who are on this program. Furthermore, to the 600,000 people in this state who receive SNAP benefits, I see you. You are not anything associated to shame and welfare. If anyone has ever told that to you, we have your back. Be proud, go to work, feed your kids. We are proposing a bill to support you, given the cuts that have been proposed administratively that the state is proposing to cover so we can support you. If you're going to make a statement about that, show me. Show me the numbers to prove that. You can Google it, because I did. Chaffee County, 1,700 people. And when you cut the matching, and when you cut the money given because of error rate that is administered by counties, those are people, not the single men, not the over 60, those are regular people whose programs are going to be impacted. So again, at the end of the day, even if we want to have the existential conversations of the source, today we need to solve this problem for everyday working people who didn't do nothing but get up today, who want to have dignity in the work, who are trying to feed their families. And we have proposed a bill to do that. And so I want to honor my colleague who said, understand the basis of the decision before somebody gets up here and says, your children need to see you going to work. Unacceptable to me. You don't know me. You don't know my mama. You don't know my neighbor. You don't know 600,000 people on this program. You don't know that. Ask that. Look that up. But what I do know is tangible differences in the execution of this program for nothing that they did that my county employees got to figure out how to do with less money unless we play past this. That my neighbor got to get up and go figure out how to do. We are all responsible. Yes, I am willing to think about the sources. Yes, I am willing to think about the cost. But today, we need to figure out how to fill a hole that we did nothing with on a budget that was passed with a legislature in DC, half of whom come from state legislatures and know how budgets are passed and set before they passed a bill in July, to which they understand how holes are blown into state budgets. If you don't know, Baca County, 700 people. Cheyenne County, 300 people. Conejos, 1,800 people. Costilla, 1,500 people. Custer, 457 people. Delta County, 3,632 people. They are not just sitting at home doing nothing. I'm from Denver. I care about you, Conejos. Dolores, 287 people. Douglas County, 10,936 people. I'm from Denver. I care about you. I have a proposal today. So if we have an opportunity, even if it is for this fiscal year, we have put it on the ballot to ask Colorado to care about people who are going to work, to ask Colorado to care about our county administrators who have to figure out how to do with less. We have come up with a solution, even if it is for this year, to help people who have the dignity to go to work, even if they're earning tips or overtime, to help balance something for when they have to not just feed their kids, but figure out how to also handle the increased price of healthcare and everything else. So understand what we're talking about when we come to the well. I am happy to have a side conversation and show you where I got these numbers from. Thank you for your attention.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So one of the things I love to do when I leave the legislature is have lunch with my kids at school. It really, truly is one of the most fun things I do. My middle schooler has rejected me. She no longer wants me to come to school to have lunch with her, but I can drop it off. I just can't stay. But my little guy, he really is just such a sweetheart. So as soon as legislature was over, I was able to have lunch with him at school. And I actually had texted with the good representative from Adams County. I brought him lunch, but his friends that were at his little 4th grade table were eating lunch, and the lunch was corn dogs. And I'm not a huge fan of corn dogs personally, but the lunch was corn dogs. And I had texted a picture to the good representative from Adams saying, hey, is this really like what we're feeding our kids? Like, I feel like we can do better. I don't feel like that's really healthy meals. And then I watched as his friend poured the apple juice all over and then mixed it up and did something. Anyway, no food was eaten from this little boy. And I was thinking, gosh, how horrible that is, right? That little boy didn't eat today at lunch. And then I proceeded to follow them to the garbage pail where it all got thrown out. And I know we've had these conversations because I think this isn't a Republican or Democrat issue. I do think that all of us in this room care. I think all of us want to be able to figure out how to feed these kids and how to feed them better. My concerns, and I hope maybe at some point we can continue those conversations, and that may or may not ever happen, but I do think that there is a desire from a lot of us to make this program better for these kids. Regardless, my concern is the healthy meal. I have a lot of concerns about the program, the food, the waste, all of that. But my concern about this measure specifically is that this program has always operated at a deficit. And so the reason that we originally, and I didn't vote for it because I feel like there needs to be changes in the programs and finding efficiencies and better food for our kids, and we talked about means testing, and are there children, I want to make sure this food gets to the children who need it. As the good representative from Douglas County said, I work 3 jobs, right? But I can afford to feed my kids, and there are people who work 3 jobs who can't. So let's make sure the food is getting to those kids, because I think that's really important. But I'm concerned that we couldn't stand up the original Healthy Meals for All Kids program, for all program, because there wasn't enough money. And now we are going to the people, asking them for more money so that we could sustain this program. And again, there needs to be some changes to that program. But now we are also not, now we're going to expand the program when we didn't have enough money to begin with, which is why the ballot measure was passed to give more money to the program. So from a fiscal perspective, I am concerned that this program isn't going to operate for the underlying reason we had the program, and that we should focus there first. The shift in SNAP isn't coming until October of 2027. We have some time in this next budget cycle. We have some time in this next legislative session. I think this is premature. I think that we have the opportunity to really take SNAP separately from the Healthy Meals from All program. The other thing I'm concerned about is we're going to the voters for this additional funding, not knowing if they're going to give it to us. Right? People in Colorado are struggling. They continue to struggle, and they may not have any more, even if in their heart of hearts they really want to give more money to this program. And so, for me, I think it is premature, and we need to take a step back and see if we can get the funding for the program. I think there's a lot of changes to the program that needs to happen. I think there's a lot that needs to happen. And I don't think we have time in this special session in order to do the things that we really need to do to make sure the children who need food and better food, to be honest, have that opportunity. So for me, I'm a no, not because I don't care about kids, not because I don't want to feed them. I want to make sure this food's going to the people who really, truly need it. And I do hope that there are opportunities for us to look at this program and evaluate it and make sure it truly is a sustainable program for those who need it. We can deal with SNAP in the normal session, and so for those reasons, I'm a no today. Thank you.
Representative Bradley, this is your second time to speak. You have 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to say anyone was impugning my character, but it was pretty close. I didn't also know I was coming to church today, but thank you for that. I did not come to the well to tell people that are working hard and getting SNAP benefits that they should work harder. That is not what I said. I'm going to Google my statistics and let you know, as of 2023, the national overpayment rate, that is improper payments including fraud, ineligibility, or administrative errors, rose to nearly 12% for SNAP. Overpayments alone accounted for around 10% of total program spending. In dollar terms, that translates to approximately $10 billion per year in overpayments. A significant portion of that, roughly $1.3 billion annually, is attributed to benefits trafficking, where SNAP benefits are exchanged for cash or other non-eligible products. So if you cut down on that, you can give the benefits to the people who actually need them. When you are sitting at home not working and receiving benefits while other people are working as hard as they can and not receiving them, that is what I came to the well to say. Don't misunderstand what I was saying from this well. I was saying that there is fraud and there is waste, and it should be accounted for so that the people that actually need these benefits, the thousands that were just reported from all the different counties, including mine, should be receiving them. But when there is billions of dollars, 1.3 annually, in benefit tracking, 10 billion per year in overpayments, that is fraud and that is abuse, and that is why the federal government is putting restrictions on it. Don't misunderstand. Thank you.
Representative Woog? Representative Clifford?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't help myself in this moment to address, I just heard national statistics, and I don't doubt those statistics, to tell you the truth. I don't doubt that there is fraud and abuse and waste. Heck, I read the news from Mississippi all the time where they were giving most of their TANF funds to football players and building basketball courts with them. I'm not saying that there isn't fraud, abuse, and waste. But I can tell you that I dig for that kind of stuff here in Colorado, and I've seen almost none of it. And this is what we're here to solve. Even if you agree that the federal government needed to shut something down, this is what we came here to solve today. And I have heard everything under the sun about what we should do, but I didn't see any bills that were written. We all had the opportunity to pull a title. We all had the opportunity to make proposals. I have heard we didn't get invited to meetings. Where there were places that I wanted to plug in, I picked up the phone and I asked. And this is not a hard thing. We got the same notice on the same day, about the same call and the same amount of time as everybody else. There hasn't been something unfair or untoward or unjust in this process.
Thank you, Representative Clifford, for those comments. I'll just ask you to speak to the bill.
Thank you. This is about feeding children. This is about addressing a budget shortfall that we have in an area that we care about. And the budget shortfall exists, and today is the day that we need to correct it. It's one of the most important issues that comes up from my school districts. It's one of the most important issues that I've heard from our school boards. I've gotten messages just yesterday, like deep in the weeds on the numbers from my school board members that are all over this issue, and they treat it like it's an emergency. And for me, it's an emergency. I'm a profound yes on this. This is what we came here to do. This is what we must do.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if you can hear me. So, from a document that's actually from the Congressional Research Service about the SNAP program regarding this bill. What it states in here is that the Congressional Budget Office estimated the bill put before the Senate by its Budget Committee on June 27th would reduce federal spending for nutrition programs by approximately $186 billion over 10 years. It also says that the new law achieves SNAP cost savings through policy changes. SNAP is authorized as an open-ended mandatory spending and is funded through appropriations laws. Also states that moving benefits financing from 100% federally funded benefits in all states to required cost share for states, with an error rate expected to be at or greater than 5%. Expanding the population subject to SNAP, able-bodied adults without dependents, work requirements by including adults 55 to 64. I don't see why that should be a problem. Including adults with children 14 to 17 years of age, which they're basically young adults, and making it harder for areas of states to qualify for a waiver from the work requirements. Nowhere should it ever be that people are completely absolved from their duty, their responsibility to contributing to society, unless they have a debilitating disease or disability. That's not what this is saying. This bill completely wipes that out. Other savings comes from changes to administrative costs and SNAP-related grants, including increasing the state cost share for SNAP administrative costs from 50 to 75%, and extending mandatory funding for the Nutrition, Education, and Obesity Program grant program. So there are no cuts to SNAP. This is something that doesn't even have to even be brought forward at this point in time, in this juncture. We're wasting the people's time, we're wasting the people's money, and this bill is not going to do anything for Colorado. I'm asking for a no vote.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a tremendous joy to serve with you.
It is a tremendous joy to serve with you.
Just a few facts I wanted to point out. My co-prime and I, this bill wouldn't exist if we weren't required by H.R. 1 to cover an additional 25% of administration fees. Not only does this hurt families, it also hurts agriculture. H.R. 1 cut local food purchase assistance program, which farmers could use to sell their produce, their dairy, the meat, to food banks. $12 million a year in Colorado is spent on this program, supporting our local ag producers, ensuring that Coloradans have access to this fresh produce grown here in Colorado, to the cattle raised here in Colorado. And now that I've shared those wonderful agriculture facts, I just want to say to all of Coloradans that your value is not the job that you have. Your value is not in how much money is in your bank account. You deserve access to food because you are valued. And that is what we are fighting for with this bill. Please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me, Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, okay. I wrote this and I wasn't sure if we'd actually still be in the morning, but we are, so I can say good morning, colleagues. So we will soon be pushing our green or red buttons on Senate Bill 3, which amends the ballot question that will go before voters this November to allow any overages that is raised for healthy school meals to be funding the administrative burden that has been thrusted upon our counties for SNAP. Those of us who choose to vote yes will be sending this amended question to the ballot because I believe that most of us believe in our community's well-being, and we believe in the well-being of the communities who have representation, even if you vote no. Like the good representative from Denver said, we also care about your districts. This bill, should it pass, and should voters vote yes, will in fact help counties cover the enormity of the cost that it will take to reduce the error rate to ensure those who are eligible get money or get funding. And I'll be back.
Representative Wook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We heard from a couple legislators in this debate how caring they are of other districts and other counties outside of theirs, and yet so many on this side voted to silence their voices yesterday over and over again. So I'm struggling with this comment here.
Representative
that you're so caring
Wu,
of everyone.
Members, take a breath. I've given some leeway at the well when we talk about broader context around why we are here, the why behind the legislation before us. If there are concerns about any of the processes, decisions that have occurred in this chamber, you are welcome to approach me directly to discuss that. Right now, we are debating Senate Bill 3, and I will invite members to stay to the context, the four corners of the policy. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was a comment that was alluded to asking us to delay this because of the idea that we just keep throwing money to a problem. And I sat there and I was thinking, what exactly is the problem we're trying to address? This bill is trying to address the problem of hunger, the problem of lack of economic opportunity, the problem of greedflation, the problem of a federal government that wants to burden our local communities with more administrative costs to ensure people can be fed. That's the problem that we are asking voters to fund. Should Prop MM pass, income earners who make $300,000 or more will be taxed a little bit more. Should MM pass, Coloradans are saying yes, we believe more investment needs to go to ensuring everyone in this state has access to food and nutrition. Feeding the hungry is never a waste of taxpayer funding. Supporting families in our communities is never a waste. And there is no such thing as being able to ride out anything right now. HR 1 sent a mandate to our state that our counties will have to cover to start covering more of the administrative costs in 2026, July of 2026. The question was, why are we doing this now? And that is because the cost sharing starts in July of 2026. If we were to wait and refer a measure in November of 2026, we will be forcing then our counties in adopting this unfunded mandate that the federal government is already putting on them. We can't wait, colleagues. We are here today. We are here in this session. We are here at the end of August specifically to avoid any of these unfunded mandates. The time to act is now. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion, Representative Richardson, I need you in the well if you want to speak. Representative Richardson, this is your second time to speak, 7 minutes and 4 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate you giving me that time. I won't take all of it. If we are going to make good decisions in this chamber, we need to make those decisions based on accurate information. The federal government does not require local governments to administer SNAP. The state of Colorado has decided to structure itself that counties administer SNAP. The state is the administrative unit that has the contract to run this program with the federal government. The federal government's decisions are not forcing new administrative costs down to the county level. That is a decision based on how we've structured ourselves in the state. That's an outcome. That is something we can change. I asked yesterday if we could protect the counties from taking this additional burden on and offered an amendment to do so. I was told that was a conversation that would have to happen later. What I just heard from the sponsor is that we will, as a state, push an unfunded mandate down on the counties. That's what was just stated. But let's not stand here and say things that we know not to be true. Let's base our vote on truth and facts, and let's vote no on this.
Representative Richardson, careful not to impugn the motives of others. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's even more of a tremendous joy to serve with you than
I'm sorry.
I said.
It is even
it's even more of a tremendous joy to serve with you than it was 10 minutes ago.
It is even more of a tremendous joy to serve with you yet again, Representative Stewart.
Thank you. Colleagues, we know what the right thing is to do here. And we know we need to feed Coloradans. And if we don't pass this bill, that means there's less food on the tables for our families. Please do the right thing and support this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 3 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Puglisi is excused. Please close the machine. With 44 ayes, 17 no, 3 excused, and 1 vacancy, the bill is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we will stand in a 10-minute recess and resume at 12:10. Members, we are going to gavel back in. Please take your seats. Thank you. Hey. The House will come back to order. Members, we are returning to third reading. I will ask that you take your seats. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 2.
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Bridges and Doherty, also Representatives Bacon and Wilford, concerning state-only funding for entities that are prohibited from receiving reimbursement from the federal centers for Medicare and Medicaid services due to the entity providing certain reproductive health care services.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 2 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we know, as it was specifically named yesterday, we are looking at augmenting the funds of a multi-billion-dollar fetal harvesting organization with millions of state dollars. And one of the things that troubles me about, well, besides many of the things, besides the violation of personhood and the deprivation of life, liberty, or property without due process, to slake the insatiable thirst. But one of the things that bothers me is definitely that Article 5, Section 34 puts these funds, makes this organization definitely a non-audited government organization. Absolute control are the words that are used in the Constitution. We have absolute control of an organization by giving it money, and then it issues funds. It funds many of the campaigns in here for supporting the support of more money. So then of course, we're talking about, again, the willful violation of life when that is a primary right. That is the primary right, which is guaranteed to be, which is the purpose of a government, to secure these rights for unborn persons, preborn persons, just like they are anybody else. But anyways, let's talk about what I think is missing in this bill when we're talking about funding, because what we're doing is we're talking about funding from people for medical, the term now, I guess, is averted births, because in the depeopling of Colorado, we want to avert humans. And what is missing from this is a level of accountability of people. And my colleague has stated over and over again that one of the things that is never discussed is a level of accountability for the male aspect of pregnancy. And of course, as everybody knows that studied biology, there's the male and female aspects, or plumbing or electricity, but they are. So what I think this is missing is that these funds should just not be open, because what we're talking about is typically a voluntary activity. It's not a mandatory activity. It's one that could be, this is a problem that could be solved immediately by social distancing, right? And we know this organization is big on social distancing. So what I would like to see in a bill that's looking to give millions of dollars to the fetal harvesting organization is some level of accountability from the parties that are involved in this, well, it could be a $30,000 surgical operation. So I think one of the things that's missing is that I think that the preborn human remains should be genetically tested, and they should be paternally identified, and there should be paternal remuneration to the state for the procedure. I think that is only fair. I think that would be a free market suppression. As I grew up, one of the things was if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. So if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. It's pretty easy. So there should be something. And then, of course, it gets to the non-voluntary, because we know this organization facilitates rape, trafficking, incest, and other prohibited activity by covering it up and keeping it in the darkness. So if there's going to be an alleged allegation of a crime, the preborn human person's remains should be admitted into evidence and compared again, because if it's a crime, there should be some level of accountability. And if you're just going to facilitate that, then I think that's wrong. So with that, I move L01. I would ask us to a third reading amendment.
Representative Graff, I'll just have you restate that you're requesting permission to run a third reading amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rookie move. My bad. I request permission to run a third reading amendment to introduce paternal responsibility for the remuneration of the state for voluntary activity.
The motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 2. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 43 no, 2 excused and 1 vacancy, the motion fails. Representative DeGraff, back to the bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like it to be known that the General Assembly has voted down any level of accountability or paternal responsibility in these matters for remuneration of the state. So this bill is about a voluntary taking on a social responsibility from the citizens of the state for the purpose of fetal harvesting, and I think that's wrong. So we know what this is about. It's funding a multi-billion-dollar organization. $4.4 million per year is what is expected to increase, already receiving $58 million per year. They represent 0.9% of all Medicaid members of Colorado, and we know that they are steered there by CDPHE. They are assigned. And the thing is that H.R. 1, that is not getting the mention, is that gives each state an average of $200 million per year for urban health care, which is always the red herring that's thrown across here. So where Planned Parenthood, in fulfillment of Margaret Sanger's vision of culling the weeds of society, is primarily an urban, is harvesting the preborn humans from urban areas. So what we're doing is, so H.R. 1 gives $200 million per year to fund actually in pregnancy deserts, maternal care deserts, where this is just giving $4 million to a $2 billion organization to harvest the preborn humans in urban areas. So let's not mince words about what it is. It's not questioning motives. I think the motives are horrific. But it's $4 million to a multi-billion-dollar organization that is culling the humans from urban areas and, well, with a pretense of health care, when we know that majority of these things are contracted out, or if we funded them to other organizations that we did not cut off by previous legislation, they would be funded. But the reason that they're not funded to the other organizations is legislation in here. So stop pretending that this is about maternal health. They don't even keep stats on maternal health because, as admitted by Margaret Sanger's representative, that they would shut down their operations if people knew how bad it was.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, my mama had died 22 years ago. It was the anniversary of her death. I didn't cry. 21 years I cried. Yesterday, at 22 years, I didn't. Doesn't mean that I didn't love her. Doesn't mean that I didn't care about her. It just meant that it was something that I finally have gotten over. But this morning, over this bill, I cried. I cried about the intention behind the bill and what's going to happen once the money gets distributed to where it's going to go. And that is to abortions. And then afterwards, I got a text. Oh, you can sit down. Thank you, everyone. I got a text this morning from a constituent about this very bill. And in the text, I forgot my phone on my desk, but in the text she said, Rebecca, she goes, I do not want my money to go to fund abortions. And I completely understood what she meant. I mean, I don't either. My response to her towards this bill was that, well, your money is, and as well as everyone else in Colorado, your money is going to fund every abortion that happens in Colorado. Every person in Colorado, through this bill and through others, is being forced to pay for abortions in Colorado to the tune of, well, at least this bill, $4.3 million, plus the hundreds of millions more. People who would be paying for abortions are people like pastors and priests, bishops, church leadership, business owners, churchgoers, Christians, Catholics, Baptists. All the religions are going to be paying for abortions, whether they like it or not. Every man, every woman, even women who can't have children, who desperately want one, their tax dollars through this bill and others like it will and are paying for abortions that they don't want to pay for. Giving this money to an entity like Planned Parenthood, which I'd like to mention the word parenthood is in the title, which it has everything, and actually nothing to do with parenthood. Abortions have nothing to do with that. Abortions all the way up to the moment of birth. Whether there's anything wrong with the baby or not, you're funding it. You're paying for it. Every Coloradan is funding abortions through this bill and every other bill. I got another, actually, a question from one of my other constituents, and it was a while ago, but it came to mind today when I was going over everything. She asked me to ask others, even people in this room, if you can look at your own child, or your grandchild even, and say, which one of them would you be okay had you had an abortion? Pick one. Which one is it okay to have an abortion for? I could never imagine that. Looking at my own kids, I could never imagine that even being an option, like even something I would even think of. We're not talking medically or something that's wrong or anything like that. We're just talking plain old regular abortions. Between 97 and 98% of Planned Parenthood funding and actions are for abortions. 97 and 98%. That's a full stop. We argue today about SNAP benefits and how we want to feed the children, how there's not enough money, and you want to make sure they all eat, which, granted, I want children to eat too. There's nothing I wouldn't do for kids if it was going to the right place and being responsibly done. Yet now you want to go ahead and give $4.3 million, money that we don't have, money that we've already explained, it's not there. But you're going to rip it out of something else, $4.3 million to go towards Planned Parenthood. So I am confused. Do you want to feed the children, or do you want to abort the children? Let that sink in for a minute. We fought to feed the children, but now you're fighting to abort them. There's nothing in this bill right now that cannot wait, even if it is something you just desperately want to do. The bottom line, there is no need to do this in this rubber stampalooza of a session that we have going on right now. I really think that women need to start talking to one another about what this means, what we want for our future, what we want for our children. Again, think about the questions that my constituents have asked. One does not want to pay their money to go towards abortions. The other one wants you to think about looking at your own children, which ones would you be okay with if they had been aborted? I can tell you my answer would be none. I'm asking for a no vote on this today. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we were brought in last Thursday to an extraordinary session to address two issues. We're being asked to fill a budget gap and to fix some things that looming problems with the artificial intelligence bill. So this is really under the bailiwick of the first. We're looking to close a budget gap, and when we're looking to try to do things, it is helpful to look to see how others have addressed similar problems. So in that respect, I truly appreciate the example set by the federal government in H.R. 1. They're taking a step towards fiscal restraint because they've recognized that our safety net programs, as they're being conducted in this nation, aren't sustainable. They're putting less money into programs that may be failing folks and leaving more in the pocket of individuals that need it most, our tipped workers, our folks that are trying to supplement their income by taking extra hours, not taxing the elderly on their Social Security retirement. So we can look to that bill in some ways, even though some don't like it, as a way of figuring out how do we approach things like this budget gap. It's a gap caused by building and expanding programs we can't sustain. The federal government, a government that actually can run a deficit, has recognized that there are programs that we can't sustain at the federal level with the amount of funding we're giving it. So they're trying to close that gap too. So we've assembled here really to look at budget gaps. And I'm not going to talk about the specifics of what this certain entity does. I really want to look at its impact on our budget. Now, there's three ways to reduce a budget gap. You can reduce spending. You can increase revenue. Or you can look at a combination of the two. So where does Senate Bill 25B002 fit in? It doesn't fit in that scheme. There's only three things you can do. It doesn't reduce spending. It does not increase revenue. What it does do in a time when we're trying to close a budget gap is increase spending in this state by $4.3 million. Now, that's a number that I'm sure many in the chamber would say de minimis, but we're not talking about something that has to go to the people on this one. It's $4.3 million of additional spending in a time when we are facing a budget shortfall. In what crazy upside-down world outside of government does that make any sense? I'll let each of you try to answer that for yourselves. But it gets worse. We're being asked to spend more when facing a budget gap to support an entity that doesn't need the money. Now, I'm not saying they don't want the money. If somebody came down and offered me $4.3 million, I would take it. I might ask if there were strings attached, and then I might refuse it, but I'd certainly be tempted. I'm saying they do not need the money, and it's not because they're a multi-million or billion-dollar industry. I'm saying they don't need the money locally in this state, that they're not in desperate straits. I'm confident of this because I took the time yesterday during the discussion we were allowed to have to review their most recent 990s. This certain entity, this winner that we're being asked to pick, is sitting on $17.6 million in cash and liquid assets. I mean, their overall assets are 70 million or so, but a lot of that's fixed facilities or things they can't just sell if they get into a budget bind. But they do have $17.6 million they could spend if they're facing a shortfall. Now, 4.3 million in a year would be a big hit to that reserve. It's a quarter of it, ish. And they couldn't sustain that forever, but they could certainly handle 1 year. 1 year to take care of themselves while we're trying to take care of the people of Colorado and close a state-level budget gap. But if you look a little further, and I did, wanting to know if their reserves were growing or falling, I looked a little deeper. So what did I find? And you can look this up yourself. We'll have time today, I'm sure. But in the past year, their available cash and liquid assets grew by $4.1 million, nearly the amount that we're being asked to allocate to them in a year when we're trying to find money, in a session where we're trying to find money to cut. They don't need $4.3 million taken from the pockets of the people I represent in a time when we're struggling to fill a budget gap. You know, it was referred to earlier, that's kind of the first rule of holes. We're in a hole. We should not dig it $4.3 million deeper. It's not needed by this certain entity. They'll get by. There are quite a few folks in the gallery and folks throughout the state that I'm sure will donate money to help fill a gap if there is one. And that's their choice. I wouldn't take it away from them. But my choice is how I vote. I'm going to vote no on this. I'd urge everyone else to as well. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a subject that everybody expects to be filled with emotion, I would like to just point out that my colleague from Elbert, Adams, Arapahoe, Cheyenne, El Paso, Kit Carson, Lincoln counties did not express any of that. In fact, his entire time at the well was devoid of emotion. Emotion, after all, was not in the governor's call. Fiscal elements were. My colleague spoke specifically to the fiscal elements of this bill, and I do hope that there was an opportunity for that to sink in. For me, I wanted specifically to speak after my colleague because I knew that he would reference these finances. I saw him do a whole lot of research yesterday on specifically that element. Is that, are we trying to carve out money because we think it's the right thing to do, or are we carving out money because there's a need? And he clearly demonstrated there is no need. He just clearly demonstrated that the liquid reserves of this organization make the $4.3 million that we're looking to give them seem paltry. One might say de minimis. He did a fantastic job at that, and I applaud him. I'm going to move on to my own comments, but I just really, truly was hoping that that piece could sink in, because I do understand that in some of these very politicized discussions that there is, and I understand, I'm not saying that it's an unreasonable, but there is an expectation that there's going to be certain things said from each side, and so perhaps we start to tune things out. I'd like to think that on a lot of what we're trying to do here in the middle, we might give each other a little leeway and think there's a possibility that somebody has a good point, so I'm going to listen. When we get into these really trench warfare, kind of more standard political debates, I believe that it's possible that those ears get shut off because you think you're already going to know what you're going to hear from the other side, although that did not just happen. I had an opportunity yesterday to ask some questions of one of my colleagues on the other side over here, to engage in a little opportunity of, am I wrong? Am I wrong about how I'm looking at something? Am I wrong? And so I wanted to review some statistics. And after that discussion, I did my own digging on statistics and realized that if I were to come up here, and I am here, speak on statistics, it wasn't going to be what I wanted to lead with. I didn't want to get into a mathematical debate on what the percentage is or what the percentage is not of funding goes to certain services. I do understand that there are other services offered by Planned Parenthood. I do recognize that. The rub for me, and I believe it's safe to say for many of my colleagues, is that at the end of the day, whatever the percentage is, which does not, it's pointless to argue. If it's 3, if it's 4, if it's 97, if it's 50, it doesn't matter. There is a percentage that goes to abortion. There is a percentage. If it's 1, that's a problem for us. That's a problem for me. Because now what you're asking is to compel the taxpayers to support something that they do not fundamentally believe in, that they fundamentally oppose. But yet, because this body deems that an organization that is quite fine on its own, thank you very much, needs more of our help, you're going to compel those dollars that way. Understand, please, that you will always get an argument about that from us. If there is any organization that we're trying to fund at whatever percent of their activities supports the reckless abandonment and destruction of human life, we are not going to be able to support that. I am going to have to stand up here and say, you know what? I know it's pretty much obvious already that I'm going to be a no. All I can do is to try to hope to explain that it's not just color by numbers politics with things like this, that it is truly, we're trying to protect the fundamental beliefs of our constituency. And the disgusting nature of having to be compelled into something they just will never be on board with. I ask for your consideration, if nothing else, of the finances that were just given to you, of the clearly lack of need demonstrated that were just given to you, and perhaps let that sink in a little bit, because again, that's the call. That's what we're supposed to do. Not just paint by numbers, emotional politics. Thank you.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I came up here too, and I was disadvantaged to go after my good friend, the good representative from Albert County, because all those numbers just makes my argument kind of look minimus. So I want to talk about the fiscal note on this. The reason I want to talk about the fiscal note is it's very, very clear, according to this fiscal note, that this is one of those bills that really didn't need to be brought up here in Rubber Stamp-a-Palooza, because this session that we're in right now is something that needs to be pertinent to filling in our budget deficit. Only pertinent things. It's not needed right now. It doesn't need to be pushed through in this short amount of time. I mean, this fiscal note was brought out August 21st. That was 3 days ago. Now we only have 3 days to be able to figure out if this is the right thing to do, which I know it's very obvious that it's not on my part. In my opinion, it's not. But it says no appropriations is required in the current fiscal year. It is assumed that the general fund appropriations to the Department of Health Care Policy and Financing of $4,377,694 will only be required if the current injunction is performed. This could have waited for the regular session to give us a little bit more time, not even a little bit, it'd give us at least a month to be able to figure out if this is the right thing to do or where to get this funding from. Bottom line is this is not needed. When rural hospitals in my district need funding, $4 million is a lot of money that can be thrown to those rural hospitals. I mean, in my district, District 48, there is no Planned Parenthood. There is one in Weld County. I honestly just found that out. Honestly, I did not even know. I had to Google it. Google machine is very, very helpful in situations like this. But rural hospitals are really needed funding. In my district, people have to travel for hours to get specialty care. In my hometown, There's one family physician that's been there for, I believe it's 50-something years, and he's getting ready to retire. And I'm very grateful for the medical school coming into UNC is opening up a medical school, which will probably help us with some physicians, family physicians in our rural towns. It's not a for sure thing, but that funding to rural care is not there, then it doesn't make sense for those students that are going to that medical school to stay in the area. So fiscally, this could wait. This could definitely wait for the regular session, give us more time to be able to debate this and not just push it through rubber stamp-a-palooza. Obviously, I want to be a no vote on this, and I urge the same from my fellow colleagues. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I didn't come up here to try to convince anyone in this chamber one way or the other to feel differently about abortion. I think we all know how each other feel, and that we're going to differ and we're going to agree to differ on that for the time being. What I wanted to come up here and talk about for this bill in particular is kind of what I see as a double standard, if you will, from the chamber on how we approach this, as you would call, reproductive health care or maybe family planning, which again, I really disagree with the use of family planning when it comes to the topic of abortion. But in Falcon, Colorado, in House District 20, on the eastern side of, the most eastern side of my district, we have what we call, it's a pregnancy center. And I went to the opening of it in October and was asking them, what kind of services do they offer? Because throughout this whole debate, I keep hearing about the different services that Planned Parenthood offers. And there's a lot of emphasis on things like prenatal care and ultrasounds and counseling. And what I found at this Life Center, which I actually had never been to one before, is that they offer those things too. They offer that kind of health care that we're saying we need to give. When we say we need to give funds to Planned Parenthood to offer this health care, we have other places that do that, such as these pregnancy centers. They give free ultrasounds. They give, again, prenatal care. They do counseling. They actually do father counseling, which I found really fascinating, something I hadn't thought much about because as my colleague from El Paso County had pointed out, that the kind of detriment it does to fathers is something that we don't talk about enough, frankly. And they offer those services, and they stay with the mother, the new mother, who oftentimes is a very young person. They give them and continue that counseling for years after they have their baby. They also have an area that gives out free clothes. When you go in there, they have clothes with all kinds of different age ranges. Those are services they provide. And this is completely run by donations from members of the community. People donate money to pay for the ultrasounds, to pay for these clothes. You can go there and drop off new clothes to help out. And the double standard that I'm seeing here is just, we're picking this one organization, as some of my colleagues had pointed out, is a multi-billion-dollar industry, but we're saying to these other healthcare facilities that you need to come up with the money yourself because they don't provide abortions, frankly. And what I would like to see is the support for them, but we don't see it here. As a matter of fact, we kind of see the opposite, I would say, because I was here in '23, not as an elected member, but as a staff member, and I remember some bills that were pretty detrimental to these pregnancy centers. And the last point I want to say here is, well, I guess, you know what, I'm going to continue on that point. If we feel so strongly about continuing funding Planned Parenthood and making up that gap, then why don't they rely on donations just like our life centers do? People can donate. If that's what they want to support, they can donate just like the pregnancy centers rely on. And the last point that I'll make on this is I will continue to say that I understand that Colorado voted the way it did the last election with Amendment 79, and that abortion is now enshrined in our Constitution, I will continue to make the argument that I believe from the voters I talked to that voted yes on it, they want abortion as an option, whether they use it or not, but when they find out that they're funding it, they're not okay with it. And this is what we're doing here with this. We're continuing that funding. And I think people who, and I'm gonna say this, I know people who I consider conservative, but actually feel like there should be abortion, and usually from female conservatives. And so again, I'm just gonna say, there's a difference though when you say, but you have to pay for it with your tax money. And that's usually where they draw the line. They say, I'm not okay with that. And so obviously I cannot support this bill, and I will be a no vote on it, but I think it's something that we just need to consider, is this double standard of we have life centers that provide all of these same medical treatments except for abortion. However, they get no funding from the state.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise today in opposition for Senate Bill 25B-002. This bill requires Colorado taxpayers to use state-only dollars to fund entities that the federal government has already prohibited from receiving Medicaid reimbursement because those entities provide abortion services. Let me repeat that. Washington, D.C. has drawn a clear line, and instead of respecting that boundary, this bill asks Colorado taxpayers to cross it. It shoulders the costs and asks us as Coloradoans to fit the bill. At its core, this is not a debate about access to health care broadly. Every Coloradoan deserves access to quality care. The question before us today is whether we should deliberately divert scarce state dollars to cover entities that the federal government has said will not receive Medicaid reimbursement because of their involvement in abortion. This bill forces Colorado taxpayers, many of whom deeply oppose abortion, to subsidize organizations that provide it. That is not neutrality. That is not respecting the deeply held beliefs of our constituents. That is government compelling citizens to pay for procedures that violate their moral and religious convictions. Let's also look at the fiscal reality. Our state is facing a nearly $1 billion shortfall. Counties are being asked to shoulder new costs. Families are paying more for food, energy, and housing. And here we are, considering a bill that prioritizes new state-only spending to replace federal dollars that have been cut off, not for lack of funding, but because these entities failed to meet federal standards tied to the most controversial procedure in the United States of America. Colorado has countless community health centers, clinics, and providers that offer comprehensive care to women and families without requiring taxpayer subsidies for abortion. If the goal is to expand access to care, we should be strengthening those providers, not bailing out organizations that our new administration, duly elected, has already disqualified. General Assembly 75, this is about responsible budgeting. It is about respecting voter trust, and it is about standing firm for the value of life, rather than forcing the taxpayer into a position they never agreed to begin with. For these basic fundamental reasons, I ask you to listen to the minorities that you represent in your districts. My colleagues that seat on the left side, on the Democratic side of the aisle, you are not only representing Democrats in your district, and some of you to the 45% that still exist there, we are turning our backs on them by passing such a bill. For these reasons, I urge a no vote on 002. Let's keep Colorado taxpayer dollars focused on broad, life-affirming health care that truly unites us, not divides us.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my colleagues have done a really good job talking about how we feel on our caucus. So I'm going to talk a little bit about why we're having to fund the Fed-aside machine since the federal government decided not to. So why don't we need Planned Parenthood? Planned Parenthood claims that women would lose access to low-cost health care if they were to stop receiving federal or taxpayer funding. However, there are 5,300 of the 1,700 taxpayer-funded community health clinics that provide everything that Planned Parenthood does for women and more, minus abortion. So what is this really about, right? 97% of what they do at Planned Parenthood is abortion. According to Planned Parenthood themselves, more than 98% of American women will not even enter one of their facilities in a given year. That's their statistics. 98% of American women won't even walk in there. Despite that fact that 98% of women won't even walk into their clinics, they have received $792 million in U.S. taxpayer funding in 2023-2024, which is more than ever before. At the same time, they are seeing fewer patients, providing fewer non-violent services for women, and have fewer facilities each year. Planned Parenthood has been decreasing the other medical service they provide for years. According to their annual reports over the last 10 years, cancer testing, preventative care visits, and PAP tests are way down. So don't let them fool you. Even the number of clients serving is dwindling. So what has happened? What has increased? Your funding, the taxpayers. Taxpayer funding for this multi-billion-dollar machine. Federally qualified health centers and free community clinics are a better option for women than Planned Parenthood. The HRSA spends $5.1 billion on more than 11,000 federally qualified healthcare sites annually. The remainder are lookalike clinics that provide medical care but are not formally classified as them for a variety of reasons. Reallocating Planned Parenthood's $500 million to this budget would allow funding of over 1,000 additional federally qualified healthcare communities in y'all's rural districts. Planned Parenthood data sourcing here, they offer services to all persons regardless of their ability to pay. And unlike Planned Parenthood, they provide comprehensive primary care services. They also offer more women's health services, including mammograms, which Planned Parenthood does not offer. They are more than 17,000 FQHCs, FQHC service sites, and FQHC lookalikes across the United States. FQHCs served 32.5 million patients in 2024 compared to 2 million of Planned Parenthood. In every congressional bill that has been proposed to defund Planned Parenthood, legislators proposed redirecting that money to federally qualified health centers and community clinics so they can serve more people. Planned Parenthood spends millions on elections and lobbying each year. Federally qualified health clinics spend zero on public policy. So what's happening here? Planned Parenthood, millions on campaigns and elections, and they're getting funding, but our federally qualified healthcare community centers get zero? Federally qualified HCs bring economic benefits to low-income communities. They generate $63 billion in total economic activity each year and employ more than 300,000 employees. So why are we not standing up here with a bill to serve them? If we're all about low-income families and providing rural health care, then why aren't we funding the people in the communities that this would outreach to? I don't remember the last time I saw a Planned Parenthood deep in rural Colorado, but please correct me if I'm wrong. A couple other facts. Planned Parenthood plans for you. Plan A, provide poor quality, faulty birth control. In its February 2005 issue of Consumer Reports, the nonprofit Consumers Union ranked 2 of Planned Parenthood's condom lines the lowest out of all the brands they tested. Plan B, encourage daily hormonal treatment. Planned Parenthood encourages girls to begin a daily regimen of hormonal birth control, and they placate fears about side effects by saying that modern hormonal contraceptives are safer than earlier iterations because they contain smaller amounts of hormones, even though they are still dangerous side effects. Should something go wrong, though, they'll then offer you the same hormones in massive doses called the morning after pill. Plan C offered deceptive counseling and biased information. Planned Parenthood's options counseling, acknowledging that it was used to steer women towards abortion. Planned Parenthood committed more than 187 abortions for every one adoption referral. The good representative from El Paso. Parenthood, yeah, what a farce. It's not Parenthood. 187 abortions for every one adoption referral. Money, money, money. According to the Guttmacher Institute, the median cost of an abortion is between $500 and $535. We know in the feticide state of Colorado, it can cost upwards of $30,000 to kill your almost born baby. Planned Parenthood makes more than $2 billion in annual revenue. For years, Planned Parenthood officials, staff, and surrogates have repeatedly promoted false information about the services they provide, again, claiming that they give mammograms, and they don't. Again, 98% of women won't even walk into one of their clinics. And again, why are we going to defund them at the federal level? Well, a 2025 New York Times investigation found botched procedures, unsanitary conditions, inadequate training, high turnover, low wages and resource shortages, labor complaints, retaliation against whistleblowers, exorbitant executive compensation, decrease in access to care, funding priorities, Medicaid fraud allegations. Let's talk about that. Across multiple states, Planned Parenthood affiliates have faced lawsuits alleging fraudulent billing practices. These include overcharging Medicaid programs or billing for services not actually provided. While not all of these claims have resulted in convictions, the persistence of such allegations and the legal costs associated with defending them contributes to a climate of mistrust. Confidentiality lawsuits, failure to report trafficking, and again, this really pulls on my heartstrings that young women are going in there with men that they don't even vet time and time again for abortions. We're the 10th highest in trafficking. We don't even prosecute traffickers in this state. And you have young ladies going in, and we are not even vetting them for failure to report trafficking. Undercover investigations have suggested that some staff are willing to overlook signs of human trafficking. I guarantee you in federally qualified healthcare centers, I guarantee you they're asking these questions. Although Planned Parenthood disputes these findings, the mere appearance that such allegations could be substantiated has deeply undermined public trust. But we're going to sit here in a $1.2 billion shortfall and every year give $4 million to pump into a machine that the New York Times investigation has come up with thing after thing after thing, talking about the undermining of this feticide machine. Across the United States, there are over 12,000 federally qualified health centers and rural health clinics. Why are we not giving to them?
Representative Bradley, you have 1 minute and 55 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for telling me that. These community-based providers outnumber Planned Parenthood facilities by nearly 20 to 1. This is a disgrace. The Democrats talk about people getting unfairly enrolled for Medicaid, and we've been called into a predetermined special session where we're actually adding $4 million to the budget. The Democrats complain about small businesses making too much money and are passing bills this special session aimed at punishing success. In the same breath, in the middle of a budget shortfall, we're going to fund a billion-dollar corporation that receives over $700 million in funding. We were called here to cut funding, to trim the fat, and with this bill, we are adding $4 million to it. And again, when was the last time we saw a Planned Parenthood in a rural area? This coming from the party of working families and equity and helping low income. Where is the funding for federally qualified health centers in the rural communities? There's none, and let me be very clear. They're funding a corporation that funds political campaigns instead of helping the people in rural Colorado. Because if you did, you would be given to community centers there. And just like the bill sponsor will fight for her beautiful daughter who's here today, I will fight for mine. in her short little life in my belly. And in the end, I know the battle that God has sent me here to fight. And in the name of my only daughter, Emerson Riley, I will continue to fight against the feticide machine and bills like this that continue to fund them. Vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Due to the usage of rules the last couple of days, I got waylaid in my telethon-like updates of where we are on addressing our budget shortfall. So this is one of 2 remaining budget bills that we have, and entering into this conversation of that, let's say, $1 billion shortfall we came here to address, we have basically found, whether through raising revenue or raiding the unclaimed property trust fund, all of those things, $358,526,500 towards the billion. This bill, if passed, will bring that $358 million down to $354,146,500. Which to me means we're going in the wrong direction in terms of reaching our goal. I don't know about you, but that seems problematic to me. As was pointed out by the representative from Elbert County, who I think may have been chastised by nearly everyone on our side because he stole a major talking point. I will give him kudos for reminding that good education is repetitive. So I will repeat what he pointed out, which is normally when you look to cover a budget deficit, you either raise the amount of money you're bringing in or bring down the amount of money you're spending. But in this body, instead of raising revenue and decreasing spending, we're raising spending if this bill were to pass, which seems a little bit like we're on the wrong path just by virtue of that trajectory. Now, what else is interesting is that last I checked, $354 million is not really all that close to $1 billion. And we don't really have another bill that makes up the difference. The next bill is in the hundreds of thousands. We're not approaching that $1 billion. And so we haven't actually provided the citizens with the relief that this session was designed to provide, at least not through our action. Now, I understand that the governor is planning to raid the reserves and, do things on his own, but we as the legislature who has the control over the purse, we are not actually providing that solution. Instead, we're in many ways adding to the problem. And by many ways, I mean 4 million some ways that we're adding to that problem. And it's my understanding we may have to come back during supplementals in January and February and have harder conversations than we had to have last session. And just to remind you of some of those conversations, provide clarity. I know we're not to talk about other bills, but when we're talking about the budget, we are bringing in other bills because every other bill priority is at stake if it has dollars attached. How many kidney task forces are funded through $4 million here? How many marijuana businesses can be aided by a marijuana entrepreneur fund if we didn't give $4 million here? These bills are interconnected. You can't analyze one without also analyzing the whole. How many priorities do your folks have that aren't currently being funded and are likely to be on the chopping block that might be helped by this $4 million? That is the context of this conversation. And then you add in what my colleagues have pointed to, which is the entity impacted here is well capable of funding their own costs. It has been said that they are having to face closures. But in fact, their 2020 business plan said that they were going to close a number of spots Why? Because they were shifting away from brick and mortar and towards telehealth and sending out the abortion pill, right? Plan B pill. Do we need to support them? Do we know? Is everyone comfortable here in believing that indeed they need these dollars? And that these dollars are best appropriated in a time of leanness to this entity as opposed to other entities and priorities that we have. Not just in this fiscal year, but ongoing, moving forward until the federal government reverses their policy, if they ever do, on this particular point. Now, next year it may only be 1 year because, you know, the HR 1 only limited it for this 1 year, but they may extend that beyond it. Is this body prepared to sacrifice the other programs that folks might put forward for an entity that has proved itself able to do its business without this state's help in this added way? Think about the policies you want to run. How much do they cost? Could these dollars be spent there? What about Denver Health? I think there was a very passionate plea for $5 million. 4 million minus 5 million, 1 million, that's 4/5 of the way there. And this is 4.3, so you're almost 4.5/5 of the way there. The math guy is saying absolutely with a smile on his face he can correct the proper proportions in the better way, but in any case, I think you get my point. I do want to clear up, I think that there has been just a little bit of confusion that I want to clear up on in terms of what has been spoken at the well. This bill does not actually fund abortion directly, right? It doesn't fund abortion services. Planned Parenthood can't come to the state and say, here's our receipts for these 15 abortions. But money is fungible, which means that the dollars that are coming in for things that the state is funding then go to cover the costs of running the entity that is necessary to then keep the lights on and the doors open for doing these other activities. So I just want to make that linkage there, that it's not about directly funding abortion, it's about the fungible nature of money and how that will actually work out in practice. $358,526,500 right now before this bill gets voted on. $4 million less in the budget to spend in the future and $4 million less to cover that deficit if there are 33 plus votes on that board in the green. I encourage you to remember what the governor sent us here for. Now, interestingly, he did send us here for this, which is part of the problem that I have with his call, the narrowness of this conversation. He wanted this result. So I guess that reduction doesn't just fall on those who vote this in, it also falls on the governor. He owns that for some $1 million because he said, even in a budget shortfall, I want you to fund this entity over and above all of the other things. I'm directing you to do that. Question is, will you follow his direction, or will you weigh the things that you think your people need and decide to spend that money differently? Thank you.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, I'm a man, I can't have a baby. But, really, I'm pretty sure about it. Anyway, I love babies. I love baby calves. I like all babies. And since I can't really speak to abortion because I can't have one, I'll speak to something that I did a few years ago. I bought 50 open heifers, and I sold them as open heifers on the internet. And then what I did was, and I had already sold them, and then the neighbor's bull got in them. And the only way, since I had already sold them as open heifers, I had to abort the 50 open heifers. And I had to use a drug that we use in the cattle industry called little ice. And so I gave him that shot, ran him through the chute, and I gave him that shot. And you just have to wait a day. And then I had him in a small 13-acre pasture, and these 50 head. And then I walked out there to see what the results were. And I got to tell you, it made me sick to my stomach what I seen. I seen 50 dead baby calves laying all over the pasture. The problem that I have with this bill is that when we talk about being fair, the last bill yesterday, we talked about, well, everybody, we need to be fair, we need to be fair. And then the title of the bill is State-Only Funding for Certain Entities. Not all entities, certain entities. Now we're picking and choosing what's fair and what isn't fair. And I have seen that when it comes to transportation. We're getting 76% of the billions of dollars going to transportation to the this side of the hill, and we're getting 24% to the west slope. My problem with the bill is we need to start being fair to everybody in the state of Colorado, and not selecting certain entities. And that's why, one of the reasons, I'm going to be a no vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak, and you have just under 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right. So, Spendthrift Summer Camp, while we engage in the laws of wishful thinking of economic health care by bloodletting, let's look at HB 1001, where we just went to the QBI and we said we're going to take $45 million per year out of the businesses of Colorado, and then this bill turns around and says we're going to give it to the fetal harvesting industry. Now, as a member, I'd like to call myself the representative of the Preborn Persons Club, because I was a former preborn person, and everybody that I've talked to I've not met a single preborn person who is in favor of being mechanically dismembered, chemically burned, suffocated, or exsanguinated, and missing their birth. Not a single one. As Ronald Reagan observed, that all the people in favor of feticide have already been born. So it seems like it's a little odd, but let's look at some of the numbers. So 10%, what you took to balance this budget in Operation Healthcare by bloodletting, you have taken 10% of that, and now you're giving it to a over $2 billion organization. That is approximately 0.2% of their revenue. And of the crisis for which we are called here to avert, that is about 0.3% of what we are called here to solve. And the only way you're solving it is by taking it from another. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul. And you will always have Paul's support in that. And that is noted because this was not to impugn motive at all. These are just hard, cold, numerical facts. And it would give the appearance of propriety because Planned Parenthood gives $40 million per year, $45 million per year, $50 million per year in political contributions, of which this is approximately 10%. 98% of that goes to the Democrat Party. 2% goes to other. So what you're doing is you're not funding critical health care. What you're funding is a political machine that gives 98% of its campaign contributions to you. And I would be curious to know how many of you do not get their contributions and do not get their endorsement, because that is clearly the appearance of impropriety, although I won't speculate as to your motives.
Representative DeGraff, we spoke about this yesterday. You're walking on very thin ice. Be careful not to impugn the motives of people in this chamber. Thank you.
Ma'am, I thought I was very clear in that it gives the appearance of impropriety, and the citizens of Colorado might ask questions. Now let's just move on from there. So
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
You've taken $45 million from the qualified business income to put it as tax, and you're going to raise $45 million out of that, taken out of the economy. You're going to give it back to a highly political organization in order to become the silent partner in the fetal harvesting industry, because make no doubt about it, Article 5, Section 34 puts the government as the partner in business, absolute control. This government, this state is claiming absolute control over Planned Parenthood. Everything that Planned Parenthood does, including giving money to the Democrat Party, is in the control of the state. That's just a fact. You can speculate all you want about appearances, and you can speculate all you want about motive. Proposition 79 promised no fiscal impact. $4.5 million might be called de minimis, but it is a fiscal impact. It is a clear fiscal impact. And then you say, well, and then you basically tell Colorado, you say, well, we know you were lying, and we did.
Representative DeGraff, you have 55 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Noting abortion is not enshrined in the Constitution. Abortion is enshrined in the Constitution. Feticide is not. Feticide is the killing of a preborn human. Hyde Amendment. Why is Planned Parenthood on the chopping block for this? Because they operate outside of the parameters of the Hyde Amendment, which is for the mother's life, for rape, for incest. So those areas that have overwhelming support of the country, you could say, in a misunderstanding of the mechanical dismemberment of preborn humans, they accept the limitations of the mother's physical health, rape and incest. Planned Parenthood was targeted because they clearly, as the sponsors noted, perform feticide outside mother's physical health, rape, and incest. That's why they were targeted.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's still a joy to serve with you.
Still a joy to serve with you.
The impacts of H.R. 1 on rural health care cannot be overstated. It is detrimental. Cuts to Medicaid have placed Southwest Memorial, a hospital in Cortez in my district, on the short list for closure. The only hospital in Montezuma County. 2 years ago, Southwest Memorial almost shuttered their birthing center for budgetary reasons. The next closest birthing center is over 50 miles away. Can you imagine having to travel over 50 miles to deliver a baby safely? Montezuma County is home to a Planned Parenthood that is used widely in rural Colorado. Montezuma County is also home to Toyac, the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation. Rural Colorado deserves access to health care. Rural Coloradans deserve access to reproductive health care. With this bill, we are ensuring that that access stays in place. Please support this bill.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and thank you.
Good afternoon.
We heard this bill in committee, and I didn't come up here to debate the merits or the substance of the bill. As many of you know, I follow a process. I adhere to a process. I also am the ranking member in the Finance Committee. Historically, we have seen pieces of legislation in regular session and in special sessions prior to this one that we have a Finance Committee, and bills that have fiscal notes or fiscal impacts go to the Finance Committee and then are routed to the Appropriations Committee. There's a very specific process for about everything that we do in this building. This session, we've managed to throw that whole standard process out the window of not only prior regular sessions, but prior special sessions. We did not stand up a Finance Committee in this special session, yet we are debating the fiscal notes of everything that is impacting the budget. but it's not going into finance, which should have been the committee of reference to discuss these things. It could have come then from healthcare, but it should have gone to finance so we can discuss the fiscal note. Now, there's a multitude of rules that apply. So you got Rule 7 for motions. We tried in committee to say, why does this not go to appropriations? Because we argued in the very beginning, why do we not have a finance committee? They said, oh, appropriations will be the committee of reference. So we argued in finance and tried to motion to get it sent to appropriations. And it was brought up that it's the chair's discretion. It was then further brought up that in the Senate, the chair had done the same thing. Yet prior to this bill, this special session, we've always gone to finance. And this time, though, we route not only not to finance, not to appropriations, we routed directly to the committee of the whole. Through these whole series of processes, under Rule 29B, the Speaker has a great amount of flexibility under the Speaker's judgment to where things get to go, and apparently so in committees with chairmans. Yet if we've had a series of processes that we have followed consistently for special sessions and regular sessions, and this time we throw it out the window and we don't follow it, I tend to have a problem with that. We get this fiscal note. Under Rule 32A, goes through everything, and it talks about how these things will impact the budget. Now, in the governor's declaration, and it has been noted, health care was a topic that was specified. So no problem having that discussion. My problem is the process is where it goes to. And so we finally get down to Rule 33A, subparagraph B7 of appropriations. And what it states is that a whole bunch of stuff, an amendment shall not be offered as an amendment legislation, which is the amendment that the governor put in his declaration saying concerning amendments to ensure access. That's the title that we've got here. But what it further says in 33A B7 is that you can't do this that's going to impact any upcoming fiscal year. Well, this fiscal note clearly does that. So my request, Madam Speaker, and correct me, I'm not sure how I go about, not fair at all.
I got you, Rep. Hartsook. Go ahead.
My request, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, is a ruling on, in the House Rules Book, mind you, this is the House Rules Book, 33A B7, regarding the fiscal portion of this, that it, in my understanding of this, does not fit. And I don't know, do I need to make a motion or what do you need?
Rep. Hartsook, I think the options before you are a couple. The first being, of course, you've made clear that you have objection to how the bill was routed. I will say that chairs have broad discretion in terms of where bills are routed out of committee. You do have, and this motion would be in order at any time, you do have the option to make a motion to refer the bill back to the committee you feel is appropriate. And based on that motion, I believe you'd get the vote as to whether or not members feel that the rule has been violated or not. So you could make a motion to refer the bill to a different committee than perhaps where it went.
And how does that pertain to the 33A B7?
It would, in my estimation, it would address your concern that the bill was not routed to finance, as you believe it should have been, or in this case, perhaps appropriations, because that was the committee that was stood up. So you could make a motion to refer this bill back to the Committee on Appropriations from third reading. That motion would be in order at any time.
All right, thank you. Then, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move that Senate Bill 2 is referred back to the Committee on Appropriations based on the ruling in the House Rules Book of 33A B7.
Thank you, Rep. Hartsook. That is a proper motion. If you'll give us one moment. The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Members, just a quick point of clarification to Rep. Hartsook's motion, which absolutely is in order. Under House Rule 7C9, a member at any point can refer a bill back to committee when we are on third reading. That also holds true, and so this is a proper motion, and that will be the basis for our discussion now. So just so we are clear, the motion that we are discussing, and we will contain discussion to that motion, is to refer this bill back to the Committee on Appropriations. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and I just wanted to address the body as the chair of Health and Human Services. It was under my discretion and my authority that this bill was routed directly from the Health and Human Services Committee to the Committee of the Whole. As you all know, under the House rules, a motion to the Committee of the Whole is in order at any time, and it is under the chair's discretion as to whether that is allowed. It is allowed in this particular case under my discretion in particular because the fiscal note is written in such a way that can appear confusing, but on the last page of the fiscal note, on page 3, under state appropriations, the fiscal note reads, "No appropriation is required in the current fiscal year. It is assumed that a general fund appropriation to the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing of $4.3 million will only be required if the current injunction is overturned. This funding will be requested through supplemental or annual budget process if necessary." So there is no appropriation that is required, and if the injunction holds, then this will cost the state no money. So we were able to, so going to the Appropriations Committee in this particular case was unnecessary, and that's why the bill was routed in this particular case. So I would ask for a no vote on this particular motion.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate what Representative Brown just talked about. But fiscal notes need to be accurate. And they need to be written properly. And this fiscal note has a very significant problem. Because in the tables, it in fact says up to $4.3 million, 4.377 to be accurate. And then in the write-up of state appropriations, the very first sentence says, "No appropriation is required in the current fiscal year." And then later it says, "This funding will be requested through the supplemental or annual budget process if necessary." Talk about conflicts. Within one paragraph, it says, "No appropriation is required," and then in the final sentence, it says, "This funding will be requested through the supplemental or annual budget process," and the chart says up to 4.377. There's 64 of us, intelligent people in this room, and I challenge anybody to say that that's clear. And if it's not clear, one step we certainly could take, not having anything to do with the policy, that we could take that is correct, is to send this back to appropriations, and if nothing else, let's clean up the language in the charts. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you to my colleague for exactly what I was zeroing in on. These issues normally are discussed and hammered out in either finance or in appropriations, but we bypassed that process. That is my argument, is we are bypassing a process. They bypassed the process in the Senate. We are bypassing the process in the House by skipping the specific two committees that are created and designed to tear into these fiscal notes and have that debate. Over and over in finance, we have the debates of the fiscal notes. Sometimes they stray off into the topic, and then the good chairman for the Finance Committee steers everybody back to the fiscal note. And the same thing happens in appropriations. But we're not doing that. We've never had the discussion on the fiscal note and the clarity. We have truncated the process in both the Senate and the House. Maybe the Senate didn't, never mind. We caught it over here. So I'm arguing that we should not truncate the process. I'm arguing we need to follow the process so we can get clarification on, in this where it says current fiscal year, budget year, out year, which is 25, 26, 26, 27, and 27, 28, at that 4.3 million over and over and over again. And then, as it was pointed out, the last paragraph says, no appropriation is required in the current fiscal year. Clearly, there's a conflict in the fiscal note. Clearly, there's a conflict in funding, and we are supposed to be debating in this chamber for the budget to reduce it. So if we have a conflict in the fiscal note, we have a conflict in the budget process, we clearly have a conflict in the routing process because it didn't go through to get clarified. And we don't know. I mean, it could come out in their favor, it could come out in our favor. We don't know that because it never followed the process to have that discussion in finance. It never had that discussion in appropriations. That's where the debate should have taken place. We tried to do that in committee, and the chair is absolutely correct. They had the prerogative to route it. My argument and my point here is that in truncating that process, we have shortchanged not only the public, but all of us sitting here because it never went through to get clarification on this fiscal note and on the conflicts that are in that fiscal note. And that is why I urge an aye vote on the motion to refer it back to the Appropriations Committee for the proper debate and clarification of the fiscal note.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The fiscal note says up to 4.3 million. That's what it says. And as was pointed out by the representative who chairs the Health Committee, it's indeed dependent in part on whether or not the courts remove the stay and allow for this particular new provision to defund Planned Parenthood to continue forward. We are only at the beginning of this fiscal year. We're in month 2 of this fiscal year. A lot could happen in the courts between now and the end of this fiscal year. If at any time that stay is removed, then this bill would go into effect such that we would begin to offer payment for these particular services. We have created in this bill, if it were to pass, an entitlement to a set of services that we then have the obligation to pay for. And so we could be paying up to this amount. So I do want to make clear that we are still putting this burden on our budget, right? It should be a placeholder because we are saying this could be what we have to fund in the event that this takes place. In fact, it could be more than that because we could court business from other states in different ways. Maybe, well, I won't get into that. In any case, it could be more than that for various reasons, but at least know that we are putting an additional liability on this year's budget. And the question is, do we want to do that? But then this question is, shouldn't the people who best manage those conversations in committee be the ones to look at it? I rise in support of this motion.
Further discussion. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in recognition of this financial, wanted to just do this quote, read this quote from probably my favorite economist. What do you call it when someone steals someone else's money? Theft. What do you call it when someone takes somebody's...
DeGraff, we're on the motion.
Okay, I'm there.
Appreciate the quote, but I don't think he's going to mention appropriations, so bring it on back.
Yeah, it's in there. You should read it. Okay. Skipping appropriations. This was brought up in finance, and it was very troubling that we would take it. And of course, it shows just the level of priority that this funding is. Now, I've already gone through the numbers of this. This is an organization that gives $45 million per year politically. and then to have a political body to rush the funding through and skip the safeguards that we have in finance and appropriations, which would be appropriate. It gives appearance of impropriety. So if we're going to skip this, rush this, and then say, oh no, don't look here, there's nothing to see here, finance and appropriations, I think, are a pretty necessary step, are necessary steps to pull back the curtain here. I don't think just saying there's nothing to see here is the appropriate response. This is a budget item. This is a line item. Now, when it's said this is really no different than Prop 79 saying no fiscal impact, and then the body coming back and say unless we give it unlimited funding. And now we're saying, well, it's a line item in our budget, and we're gonna at least space hold for it, and we're gonna spend more. And if we do spend more, because notably the lawsuits have been fairly consistently upheld. Now, I know we're in an injunction right now, but the biggest thing about this right now is, I'd say, the repeal of funding due to the violations of the Hyde Amendment, which are for the life of the mother, physical life of the mother, not the social life, not the economic health, but we're talking physical life of the mother, rape, and incest. Those are the things that the United States has, I mean, that's a rule that goes back to 1976. This is not new. So what the federal government has said is it's pulling back federal funding from entities that violate federal law. So I'm not really sure what the basis of the lawsuit really is to say, we need federal funding so we can violate federal law. I'm not a lawyer. I don't play one on TV. So, we engineers, we look at things a little bit more structurally, I suppose. Maybe not so creative in our math, since things fall apart that way. But anyways, this is a statement. Now, the sponsors called out a couple other organizations that they would like looked at for possible defunding, and that's on them. They can pursue that. That's not, I think it was
want to give you
UC
some
Health.
latitude here, but we are specifically talking about the motion to refer this bill back to appropriations. That conversation is based on the fiscal note. I think the number has been thrown out a couple times. The funding up to 4.3 million, perhaps it was. And so if we could confine the conversation to those things, I think that'd be most helpful in terms of the motion.
Absolutely.
You're welcome after the motion is either passed or is lost to come back up and use any remaining time you have to discuss the other pieces.
Sure, we're talking about $4,377,000 that we would be effectively taking out of taking 10% out of the QBI that we pulled back from our businesses, which is going to raise money on our consumers here, and then we're going to give it to Planned Parenthood to augment their financial, their political arm of their operation. And I'm saying that doing so gives a great appearance of impropriety, because that's approximately 10% of their political budget. So you can't really say they're hurting for money when they give $45 to $50 million for political campaigns every year.
Again, I just need to be more clear, I think. The impression that this conversation is giving is that we're not hearing each other. You need to be to the amendment, or excuse me, to the motion, which speaks to why this should go to appropriations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason it should go to appropriations is so that it goes through the system properly. Right now, what we have is a system that is bypassed, and it's bypassed based on the presumption that there is not going to be a fiscal note. But the only reason that we have this is in case there's a fiscal note, because I think it's probably pretty likely that this injunction is going to fall if the primary consideration is why the state should receive federal funding for violating federal law. I'm really not sure how you make that case. We should receive federal funding for violating federal law. That's the entire nature of why we're here. The entire nature of why we're here is for violating federal law. So I don't, and so far those have been upheld. So I'm not sure when we just say, well, you know, we can skip this part because maybe we will have, maybe we won't have. But the premise is an argument that says violating federal law is okay, we should receive federal money despite violating the will of the people and the agreements we've made with all the other states and territories. So that's the basis. I don't really understand the chair's great latitude in this. It sounds more creative than factual in just rerouting this and saying it goes directly to the Committee of the Whole, which leads to a great appearance of impropriety. So I think for the benefit of the General Assembly, so that the citizens of Colorado don't just think you're railroading bills through for your own political gain, that we run this through the process. Because right now, to me, it looks like it's something of the latter. And when the rules of the game are the Hyde Amendment, and the entity that we're talking about, Planned Parenthood, violates knowingly the Hyde Amendment, because what could they ultimately do? They have the ultimate choice of not violating the Hyde Amendment. That is an option. Planned Parenthood could opt in their day-to-day operations to not violate federal law. They could choose to not violate federal law. But since that is beyond them, and that is not in their best fiscal interest, now they're coming to this body to say, we need your money because we would like to continue violating federal law. They want to violate the Hyde Amendment. The funding is pulled because of their violation of the Hyde Amendment. The Hyde Amendment says physical life of the mother, rape, incest. Those, as problematic as they are on many levels, those are the federal requirements for receiving reimbursement. And once again, the state has decided to violate those requirements. And then the state says, woe is me, big bad Donald Trump is pulling our funding.
To the motion, sir.
So the motion, we need to refer this back to finance, because otherwise it is, well,
the motion is to appropriations, sir.
Thank you. That it needs to go to appropriations. Appropriations would be the appropriate place for this, because this is about appropriating money for the inappropriate use of federal funds. So I recommend an aye vote for the motion, for using the process, because I'm pretty sure, again, I'm pretty sure that violating federal law is not going to be found to be a really good reason to receive federal funding. So maybe somebody can help me with that math.
Further discussion. Representative Brooks. Representative Brown.
I'll be quick.
Representative Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I will confine my remarks to the four corners of this motion, and I will not imply that members of this chamber are inappropriately funneling money into campaigns. Again, the fiscal note says that no appropriation is required in the current fiscal year. That means that no appropriation is required. And so under my authority as chair, I am allowed to route the bill in an appropriate way according to House rules, and that is why the bill is on the floor. If a fiscal impact, if there was a fiscal impact, if appropriation was required in the current fiscal year, I would have routed the bill to appropriations as we normally do.
Representative DeGraff, this would be your second time to speak. However, you have no time remaining, and you can. I'm sorry, that is for the bill. For this particular motion, you have 39 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to step up here and address the impugning of my motive. I specifically said to avoid the appearance of impropriety, because if you railroad this through, it gives the appearance of impropriety, and I'm saying you should probably avoid the appearance of impropriety by looking like you are taking money by giving 10% to a organization that donates 98% to the Democrat cause. So I asked you specifically to avoid it. I didn't say you were acting with impropriety, just that you should avoid the appearance.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff. And for the edification of the body, and Representative DeGraff, so for you to hear this as well, sometimes how we intend remarks and sometimes how they are received are very different. And I think what you are hearing is a reaction to how your remarks are perceived. And so perhaps we can all tread with a little more care in this space to make it clear that there is no impropriety happening here. The continued reference to that seems to give a different impression than perhaps words are indicating. And so I think it's important to be very clear here. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I hate to keep drilling down on this, but if everybody looks at the first page of our fiscal note on this bill, in Table 1, there is a statement above, and I'll read it to you under Appropriations. No appropriation is required in the current fiscal year. However, if you look at the chart, it says state expenditures, general fund, current year, up to $4.377.7 million. With all due respect, that's a conflict. And then later, as I read to you before, it says this funding will be requested through the supplemental or annual budget process if necessary. If you're talking about the word supplemental, you're talking about supplemental for 25-26. We would not be doing a supplemental for 26-27. We haven't even set that bloody budget. There is a conflict in this. And again, I'm not trying to talk about the policy. I'm trying to talk about the process. We need to get the process right. This needs to go back to appropriations and get it cleaned up.
Further discussion. Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Listen, I am going to make it very clear that I am not going to mention, I'm not going to make any insinuation that it was routed incorrectly. I do understand the broad powers of the chair, and I have no issue there. I do want to specifically speak, though, to what my esteemed member of the Joint Budget Committee, who understands finances far more than I ever will, just spoke to, is that I believe that it is still safe to assume that there is some perhaps confusion or ambiguity in how that fiscal note is written. I also want to address what I think is at least the 5-pound chipmunk in the room, is that I've seen plenty of opportunities, plenty of times, even through regular special session, that we are referring something back to committee. I'm going to make some crazy assumption here that oftentimes that's seen as a delay tactic. I want to tell you right now, this is not how I'm reading this, and I would like to just hope that you don't read it that way. We're here until Tuesday anyway. This isn't going to add more time. I don't know if it's too soon to make a joke to my colleague over here. I'll save that for later. It's coming. But we're going to be here anyway for another couple of days. It's not a delay tactic. So I would just ask that we please honor that process and send it back to appropriations. I'd be an eye on that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a quick reminder, members, on this motion, every member has 2 times to speak for 10 minutes. That is not necessarily true for the mover of the motion, as Rep. Hartsook was. And then we will go back to the underlying bill once the motion is dealt with, where, again, it is the same rules. You get 2 times to speak, up to 10 minutes total. Who would like to go next? Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. As we're going over this motion and whether we're going to approve it or not, I'm hoping that we do, We were sent here during special session to get things right, to work on things that we have kind of worked up before. Let's stop putting forward legislation, whether it's a fiscal note, whatever it is, that's wrong. If we don't take this seriously, if we don't put it back to appropriations where it should go, I believe we're showing the people of Colorado that we're not taking this seriously. We were ordered to come here to get things right. We have to show them we are taking it seriously. Not only that, but the money that they're spending on us, which about around $33,000 to $35,000 a day, we need to show them that we're taking it very seriously. It's a lot of money. We need to make sure things are done by the proper steps. Sending this back to appropriations shows the people of Colorado that we are taking this seriously. This is not a joke. We want things done right the first time, and this is our chance to do it. So I'm asking for a yes on this motion to show them that we are taking them and their money and their time and our time seriously. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Bradley, looks like you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm just waiting for the party to be finished. In all fairness, Chair Brown has been a very fair chair in the past, working with him on Health and Human Services. And I think this would be a great opportunity for us to look at this fiscal note and the need for clarification, do what's right for the people, and send this to the Appropriations Committee so that the fiscal note can be cleaned up. Obviously, there's a small error in this. There's some confusion in this. And to show the people of Colorado that we are here to do our due diligence and to add clarity, because it is a very confusing fiscal note. In one aspect, it says, we're not going to do this in the fiscal year. So then why are we here? Why is this bill being run? If this isn't for the fiscal year 2025, 2026, why is it being run in this special session? And then it says up to 4 million. So we need some clarity in this fiscal note. And I venture to say, not impugning Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, but if this is a Republican bill, it would be the first thing that was caught the attention of the Democrats. So in the spirit of fairness and democracy, in the spirit of clarity and transparency, this bill should go through appropriations so we can get to the bottom of it. So I ask, and I'm in support and in favor of this motion, to put it through appropriations. Any bill with a fiscal note should have to go through finance or appropriations. That's just the way that it goes in this building. We're here till Tuesday. This is not a delay tactic. This is a fairness tactic. So let's vote.
Further discussion on the motion. Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you, sir.
Well, I was going to just take up the challenge on whether this was clear, because I am unclear on why it's not clear. We had the discussion that this should go to finance. There's an actual zero revenue. It should never have even been brought to even the thought. Now we're on the appropriations motion. This is a conditional appropriation. Right now, the appropriation in this fiscal year, if we send it to appropriations, is zero. Zero. Per the routing memos, if you have a zero appropriations for this fiscal year, you can route it straight to the floor. So I really don't understand what the confusion is. The up to, it means anywhere from 0 to 4,377,694. But at the point right now, if they send it to appropriations, the amount is zero. It's conditional. And we have conditional entitlements all the time. All the time. They may never come to fruition. There may never be a single dollar budgeted or a single dollar appropriated. So with not a single dollar being appropriated, there's really no reason to send this to appropriations. So I find it very clear. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion. Representative Brooks and then Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I would like to point out that generally speaking, whenever there's this number of folks that are collected in the well, that looks like confusion to me. Whether one member doesn't see the confusion, I clearly do. It looks very confusing, and there is an honest effort underway to try to clear that confusion and make sure that we're honoring a process. and make sure that we're doing the work of the people of Colorado correctly. And that is not to say, certainly not to impugn that the process has been violated, but just simply to make sure that if there are dollars involved, that there is a committee of appropriations that there should be passed to. And as you can see, clearly the confusion continues. I know that there have been discussions with the members of the Joint Budget Committee, which I find to be their input, honestly, on each side of the aisle to be probably the most helpful, aside from whether or not I find it confusing. If the Joint Budget Committee members are going to get together, I believe that that's something that is worthy of consideration and something that we ought to absolutely take the time to make sure that we are getting right. I continue to remain in support of the motion to refer this to appropriations, though I have the ability to make sure that we're crossing all the T's, dotting the I's, all the proverbialness, right, to ensure that we have this done the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Brooks, that was your second time to speak. Representative Bradley, this is also your second time to speak. You have 8 minutes and 28 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. To the representative from Douglas County, last I checked, and I'm public school educated, but up to $4 million did not equal zero. Maybe you're doing a little cowboy math. Either way, that's why we're confused. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the question Further discussion on the motion? Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
I can't. Sorry, that was also awkward.
And Rep. Hartsook.
I'm sorry. Okay, where's Rep? I'm going to try. Thank you.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
To my colleague, I'm going to try to explain our conversation, but I'm also going to ultimately ask for a no vote on this motion. Okay? So, ultimately, this bill is about a condition. It is about, in the event an injunction either stays or is lifted, can the state adjust or change the current HICPUF budget to cover this organization? And so in the event the injunction stays, no money would be expended. If the injunction falls, money will need to be expended. On the fiscal note, okay, the first page, and you can I'm looking at my uncle representative from Delta County, okay? Sorry. On the first page of the fiscal note, on the appropriations line, it says, no appropriation is required in the current fiscal year 2025-26. And then it later says, see state appropriation sections for detail. And so we are struggling because you can't say no appropriation is required in the fiscal year on a condition. We don't know that yet. Is this a Schrodinger's cat thing? No? Okay, nobody cares, right? And so the question is, can we adjust that? But we can't adjust fiscal notes on the floor. So what we are trying to acknowledge is that there may or may not need to be an occasion where we have to adjust the current year's budget. But later in the fiscal note, on the last page, it says no appropriation is required in the current fiscal year. It is assumed that a general fund appropriation to the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing of $4,377,694 will only be required if the current injunction is overturned. This funding will be requested through the supplemental or annual budget process if necessary. In the event we do need to adjust HICPUC's budget, it will go through the supplemental process, which does go through JBC. And then, if for some reason we need to vote on it, it should go through appropriations. So right now, what we are currently on is referring this bill back to appropriations, but we believe that it was correct to have been routed to Health and Human Services to vote on the condition. And so I am going to ask for a no vote. My colleague from Douglas County is standing here because we agree on the explanation. We may not agree on the vote, but we wanted to stand up here to show the agreement on the explanation. Okay.
Rep. Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you to my lovely colleague from Denver. I mean, that was awesome. This is the fun part of this. And so, yes, we agree on the explanation, and we do disagree on the motion. I am going to ask for an aye vote on the motion because I think we should settle the decision at this place and time. Thank you so kindly.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to refer Senate Bill 25B-002 to the Committee on Appropriations. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote. Representatives Tatone and Mabry are excused. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 41 no, 4 excused, and 1 vacancy, the motion is lost. Members, we are back to the bill. Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm not going to belabor this whole point. After sitting here and listening to this debate and people talking about the title of the bill, state-only funding for certain entities, in a way it kind of breaks my heart because last year we found out the hospital in my district wasn't going to be able to provide OB services anymore, creating a healthcare desert where these women will have to travel an hour to an hour and a half to be able to have a child. And we asked for that $1 million and we were told the money wasn't there. And it's hard for me to see us looking at putting $4 million towards care for women when they can't even have a baby within my district in the same place. And that's really tough because, you know, everybody said, oh, if we had the money, we would help. And then this comes up and all of a sudden we're going to find the money. So I'd be remiss if I didn't bring that up. And, you know, I've talked about it all week. At some point, there has to be some consistency. There has to be, because I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, how, you know, unfunded from the mandates from the federal government are bad, but we're okay to put unfunded mandates on counties. We don't want federal money withheld from us, but we're okay with the governor withholding state money for housing. And then now I have to sit here after going down and watching a community of people freak out that they have no OB ward anymore. And Senator Pelton and I had to go basically on an apology tour to these people, and now I have to go back and tell them that, guess what? We found money for something. So makes it hard for me. I hope at some point you all start to listen to me. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I had to leave the floor on the last vote because my daughter called, and she never calls when she knows I'm on the floor. And there was some guys banging at the door, and my kids were scared. And so I sat there on the phone with them in the vestibule waiting for my cousin, who lives a few minutes away, to come. And I want to take a minute to just thank CSP for kind of keeping me calm, as I'm very far away and I can't be there with them. But all of that, after they were safe and we knew that everything was okay, my daughter asked me, she goes, "Mommy, what are you doing at the Capitol on a Sunday again?" And I said, "I really don't know." And that's the truth. Like, I really don't know what we're doing right now. The reality is, we all leave our families and our kids and our lives so that we can be here together. And I thought, for the purpose of fixing a budget hole, regardless of, you know, we've debated the causes all day for the last 4 days, but regardless of the cause, we have a budget hole that we're supposed to be fixing, but instead we're just adding to the budget hole. And I couldn't say it more eloquently. I would have said a lot of what the good representative from Elbert County said. And if you all remember in my long bill speech on third reading, I went through, I've been here before, I'm sure a lot of local government officials have been here before, where you don't have the money and you have to make cuts and you need to figure it out. And it's not a great place to be, but we've all been there before. And so I guess my closing message on this is we do not have the money. We do not have any more money. And so maybe instead of talking about how we can spend more money or tax the people more, maybe we should talk about what we can maybe do without to make this budget actually work. So with that, I urge a no vote. Thank you.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for bearing with us with the debate. Members, before I pass it off to my dear colleague who will close us out, I just want to remind us of the bill. This bill is 2 paragraphs. And what you will not find in the bill at all is actually any reference, nor the actual word abortion. And that is because that is not what this bill is about. I agree that there might be holes in our budget, but I also agree that there are holes in a lot of services. We just talked about another program in the bill before this. We heard from my colleague from La Plata County talking about how there will be deficits in healthcare because hospitals will have to shut as a result of the legislation out of DC. And so the reason why we are here is not to deny that we are in precarious positions with trying to figure out our budget, but it is to address a hole. It is to address a hole created by a piece of legislation that targeted one organization that we have to fix, because in that effort, there are 10,000 of our neighbors that will not have health care because a piece of legislation was written so narrowly just to impact one organization. And this one organization, yes, it is in urban centers and it is in rural centers, might actually be the place that provides primary care for Medicaid, might be the only place. And while we're talking about certain facets of reproductive health, there are so many other things or treatments that this organization provides. And again, I guess I'm just struggling with, why we have to prove that. I mean, maybe we can talk about data, but I think our constituents, and particularly those where this organization is the provider of, doesn't need us to provide the statistics. They know, because one day they got a note that they don't have a doctor. And then the next day they got a note that maybe they do, and then the day after that they got another note that they don't, and they need us to fill in that hole for them because they might need prenatal vitamins. They might need, yes, a prescription for hypertension. And I use that one because that was mine. And so for someone to tell me I don't know my own medical records or that doesn't happen, I just struggle with. I'm not saying anyone did that, but I'm just saying there are people out there who know what their own health care was and is with this organization, and there are thousands of them. So no one in this building will ever deny our budget woes, but we are responding to another hole that this state has to respond to. The state is allowed to determine how we want to spend our own money. And we want to support our neighbors with health care. And we are responding to a targeted endeavor. And quite honestly, the last couple of hours has been evidence of how this has been made political. In all due respect, when you walk into this organization, all people ask you for maybe might be your health care plan, Medicaid number, but don't nobody ask you for a political affiliation card when you walk in there? Because health care should not be political. And it was made that when 3 bullet points and a piece of federal legislation was written. And so again, for as much as we want to talk about something, and I won't deny it, it's obviously very important to people, a particular facet of reproductive health. But you know what? People in Colorado have been clear about how they feel about it, and we have responded to it. So once again, we say how we want to spend our money. We want to support people who did nothing but wake up and get a letter that because one organization has frustrated people so, they are questioning if they can even go to the doctor. And it is not just their clients. The whole system was shocked. People do not know if they can go to the doctor, whether they are on Medicaid or not. And so passage of this bill also supports the notion that the state of Colorado decides to spend its money to ensure people are covered in the event a gap shows up to our ability to do so. And so again, members, this bill is 2 paragraphs. In the event that something changes, we will go through our process to adjust our existing budget for HCPF out of $4.3 million that exists to adjust. We'll adjust a $17 billion budget. So people can get mammograms, people like me can get cancer screened. Sure, anybody felt brave enough to do so, because we heard in committee, there are at least 4 people in this room who've also walked into that organization, which dispels the myth in and of itself about 90-something%. I won't ask for those people to recognize themselves if they have. But I have. I did not walk in there for an abortion. And if I'm even 1 out of 5, that ain't 90%. But to the 10,000, please know, state of Colorado wants to ensure that you have health care, because without this, we know we cannot absorb you into the current medical systems. And we're choosing to do so with this bill. So thank you all for the robust debate. Please vote yes for this bill.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Members, it's not lost on me that in 2025 in America, my 4-year-old daughter, who's hanging out up here with me, has fewer rights than her brother. And a lot of that has to do with some of the things that we heard today in this room. And I do want to spend a minute responding as respectfully as I can to some of the things that we heard. And I want to share that I want to acknowledge that I worked really hard to hear each and every one of you as you were speaking, as you were sharing what you believe in your heart of hearts and what you believe you are here to do as a legislator and how you represent your community. So please hear me when I share my perspective. First, I heard that Planned Parenthood spends millions of dollars on elections. And I want to say, of course, Planned Parenthood follows the clear IRS laws governing C3 and C4 organizations. Planned Parenthood of the Rocky Mountain provides healthcare services. Planned Parenthood Action Fund engages in political activity. C3 and C4 organizations are both permitted to lobby. Hospitals lobby, but I haven't heard a single suggestion that they shouldn't receive Medicaid funding. I heard that we should stop pretending that this bill is just about maternal health care. But I would ask us all to stop pretending that this bill and the arguments, or I'm sorry, and the debate that we've had today isn't about the ability for somebody to make the choices for themselves about the type of health care that they need and when they need it. We heard that we're violating federal law when we spend money and that money goes to Planned Parenthood, but that's not the case. We aren't violating federal law when we spend our own state money. We heard that Planned Parenthood is not allowed to operate or receive Medicaid dollars because they violate the law and the guidelines, but the guidelines were written to exclude them. They were written to exclude them, full stop. UC Health, Denver Health perform abortions. They were not excluded. We heard, this one made me chuckle, that if we all just practice social distancing, that we wouldn't need Planned Parenthood. And I would say we do, because I still need a pap smear. I probably still need cancer screenings. There are a whole lot of things that they provide that I would still need even if we distanced. We heard that Planned Parenthood provides abortion after birth. We've got to stop saying that. That is not real. It is not a real thing. And when we say things like abortion after birth and feticide and fetal harvesting, that leads to tragedies like what we saw in Colorado Springs, where a gunman walked in and shot people in a Planned Parenthood clinic. Words matter, members. We talk all the time about trusting voters. Okay, come here. We talk all the time about trusting voters in this room and doing what the voters told us and sent us to do down here. Well, I would like to remind you that the Colorado voters have opposed and personhood at the ballot box 3 times. They've defeated it. They said no. And they did enshrine abortion in our state constitution, which all of you swore to uphold. And here's the thing about Amendment 79. Every congressional district supported it. In Congressional District 1, 81% supported putting abortion in the Constitution. In Congressional District 2, 74% of voters supported putting abortion access in the Constitution. In Congressional District 3, 54% of voters supported putting access to abortion in the Constitution. In Congressional District 4, 50% of voters approved putting abortion in the state constitution. Congressional District 5, 52%. Congressional District 6, 65%. Congressional District 7, 64%. Congressional District 8, where I live, 58%. So let's be very clear. Either we support and uphold what the voters say, or we don't. Because there have been some other ballot measures, like Prop 130, that cost $350 million, and I didn't hear anybody saying that we shouldn't fund that or uphold it because the voters passed it. We can't pick and choose. We have spent so much time talking about abortion, but I want to remind you, this bill is not about abortion. I'm going to invite you, if you are comfortable, because you do have a choice. If you have ever gone to a Planned Parenthood clinic in order to receive care, I invite you to stand up. Look around this room, members. The services that Planned Parenthood provides have been used by so many of your colleagues. because it is basic health care that they provide. This bill is about continuity of care and access to care no matter what. It is about breast exams. It is about pap smears. It is about physical exams. It is about STD testing and treatment, information and counseling about sexual and reproductive health. It is about cancer screenings. It is about pregnancy tests. It is about prenatal services and access to affordable birth control. Members, this bill is about dignity. It is about care. It is about access to care no matter what. And I invite you to say yes, vote yes on this bill, and ensure that we are taking care of our Colorado neighbors, our loved ones, and our constituents.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 2 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, 2 excused, and 1 vacancy, Senate Bill 2 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine.
Whoops.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 5.
Senate Bill 5 by Senators Roberts and Catlin, also Representatives Lukens and Martinez, concerning a reallocation of funding from the Division of Parks and Wildlife for the reintroduction of gray wolves to the Colorado Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise and in connection therewith, reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 5 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request permission to run a third reading amendment.
Members, the motion before us is a request to run a third reading amendment. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. I'm sorry. Representative Martinez?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will briefly describe.
No, just permission. We are moving on the permission right now. Thank you. Ricks and Wilford? Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 11 no, 2 excused, and 1 vacancy, permission is granted. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the last 24 hours, it seems like there's been some confusion as to what this bill does and does not do. So in order to clarify this, we thought it would be in the best interest for this chamber to completely strike the legislative declaration. And that way, the only thing that is in the bill before you today that you'll be voting on is what is in the bill itself, and we can describe that afterward. So with that, I move Amendment L10 to Senate Bill 5 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment, members. It is properly displayed. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All this amendment does is take out the legislative declaration. It does not change the policy at all. We ask for your yes vote on L10.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L10 to Senate Bill 5. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 14 no, 2 excused, and 1 vacancy, the amendment is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 5 as amended on third reading and final passage.
I believe it is just the passage, not
Just the
read.
passage.
Thank you. Assistant Minority Leader Winter. We are to the bill. Thank you. The amended version.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. Over the last 24 hours, we've done a lot of work to get to this place that we're at. Yesterday, I came up and I spoke about the piece of legislation, and the way it was yesterday, I wasn't able to support it. After hours of outreach, I came back, chatted with the senators on the bill, spent times with the president of Colorado Independent Cattle Growers. We've talked to people in livestock, and they've said, we want you to support this. It's not perfect, not by any stretch of the imagination. It's not perfect. But this is signaling to the ranchers and livestock producers in this state that we're hearing them. And then we have to make a starting point somewhere. I wish there would have been a halt. I really do. You'd have to live it to understand it, if that makes sense. I think a lot of times, livestock producers, people don't think they take care of their stock and their animals. I would say that that's probably the most patently false thing I've ever heard of in my life. As a kid, I could remember my dad bringing them in the house and putting them under the fireplace and putting them in the bathtub to warm them up so their ears wouldn't freeze off. We always took care of the animals before we took care of ourselves. I can remember when I was a little kid on Christmas morning getting up and wanting to eat breakfast, and Dad's like, we don't eat till the animals eat. And this is how these people feel about their livestock. And I know that sounds weird and convoluted because you raise them and then you eat them, but it's that, how do I put it, respect for the animal. Like I told my kids, we take care of this animal and that's our part of the deal. And then that animal takes care of us. And that's the other part of the deal in the cycle of life. So I appreciate the body for helping us put this amendment on. I appreciate the sponsors for being willing to help us be able to fulfill what our constituents need for us to be able to do this. So I hope that we have more conversations in the future. I will say that the one part that was real heartburn for me is I'm glad that the ranchers know that their tax dollars aren't going to buy wolves that are going to eat their cattle. I think that's important to know. But it is hard to see the ability of special interests, how they can step right in and say, you want to know what? We'll pony up the cash. And that's a tough one. It really is. It's a tough one to swallow. But at the end of the day, I want to thank you both. And I want to thank the chamber for giving us the opportunity to try to make this right. We talk about bridging the rural-urban divide all the time. Does this get it done all the way? No, but it's a good step forward. And it signals to our ranchers, anybody that votes for this cares about that industry that's so important to this state. And it reminds them that people care where they remember they get their food, because it's not an easy job to do. So with all that being said, I will be voting yes today. Thank you.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very personal subject to me because I am a rancher. My family's been in the ranching business for 80 years, and my grandfather has always been my mentor. What we ranchers really like to do is we are land rich and we are bank account poor. And the only thing that we can give our children and what we try to do is we want to pass on the ranch to the next generation. It's hard to pass the ranch on to the next generation if you don't have any cattle, because the cattle is what funds the bills. Most of us have a second job, hence I'm standing right here, to pay for the ranch, and so that we can keep the ranch going. I personally want to vote no for this bill. I believe, though, that the constituents that I represent want me to vote yes. One of the reasons that I will talk about my personal feelings about this bill is wolves need paws to get around. And this bill, the main part of this bill was pausing the wolf reintroduction until we fixed it. We did several things wrong when this was passed. We had all of these programs in place so that when we had this conflict with the wolf and the rancher, that there was going to be programs to fix it. However, we went ahead, we bypassed the process of NEPA, which every other thing, when you take an endangered species and you reintroduce it, you have to go through the NEPA process. That was never done. The ranchers feel like they have been betrayed because what they were promised at the ballot box has not happened. This bill is a sign of hope to some ranchers, thinking that maybe that we are going to get to the pause or the programs that were originally talked about, so that they can be made whole if we have problems. There was talks about hazing the wolves, teaching the wolves where to go and where not to go. For the ranchers and the farmers that feel like they've been betrayed because we didn't get the pause in this original bill, I hope that next year that we're going to have some legislation come where we can finish what we started, and meaning that we can make the rancher whole again. Because I can tell you what, if I have to make a choice on my ranch that I own, and that is if I cannot give it to my kids because they can't make a living with ranching, I'm going to subdivide it and get as much money as I can. So would you rather see a bunch of houses on all that open land, or would you rather see cattle? That's your choice to make.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm coming up here to share that my thoughts are pretty much the same as the good representative from Cortez just spoke. This is part of our job, is to listen to our constituents. We're in a position now to have to listen to our constituents and what they want from us, because we represent them. And after several conversations I had with some ranchers in my district as well, and some constituents in my district about this bill, once we knew it was going to come out a couple days ago, we both have the same idea, but they really, really want me to support this bill. Quite frankly, I was never supportive of the reintroduction. I personally voted no at the ballot box, and I do understand that it did go to the ballot, and we have to respect that vote. 100% understand. The problem lies that what was promised at the ballot box, like the representative from Cortez said, hasn't come to fruition. It's cost a lot more than originally intended. And many voters that voted for that ballot measure regret it for that reason. I've talked to a few in my district that actually thought it was pretty cool that we're going to introduce wolves back. But now they're like, well, now it's costing so much money. So to say that my constituents, my rural areas, my farmers, I talked to 5 farm owners, 3 of them are pretty big, and they wanted me to support this, even though it gives a little heartburn on on the cons of this bill, but the pros outweigh the cons. Hopefully, we can come back to the discussions on this subject in the upcoming session, but for today, I will be a yes. Thank you.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, I spoke some of this yesterday, but I think it's important to share some of this again. Not everybody was in this room yesterday. When we convened this special session, I never imagined wolves would be on the agenda. This session was called to address the real impacts of federal policy on Coloradans' access to health care and vital services. This policy feels out of place, to say the least. I feel it diverts attention from the actual issues at hand, but here we are, talking about wolves, and I'd like to share some additional perspective. First, I'd like to thank my colleague in the Senate for the amendment that spared us from utter disaster, removing the language that would have killed the program outright. This bill seeks to defund wolf reintroduction in the name of helping people, diverting $264,000 of general fund, as stipulated in the Wolf Restoration and Management Plan, to the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise. Out of $300 million needed for HIAE, this bill is pointing to just $264,000. That's less than 1/10 of 1% of the total need. Meanwhile, we have the most generous livestock compensation program in the nation, but this bill doesn't touch that. The General Assembly approved payouts of up to $15,000 per animal, which is 7 times the market value. 7 times. No other state comes close to that. If the intent of this policy is to help fund the HIAE, why not transfer funds from the compensation program that could offer a significant investment to HIAE? This fiscal year alone, the Wolf Depredation Compensation Fund has paid out over $600,000, including a single payment of nearly $300,000 to a single rancher. In reality, wolves are not the problem. For decades, cattle have coexisted along bears and mountain lions. CPW reports that the coexistence in 2020 alone has resulted in 653 livestock losses to bears. Mountain lions were responsible for 90 livestock losses just in 2020. In a 2-year span, 2022 and 2023, wolves were responsible for 14 cattle, 3 sheep, and 3 guard dogs. Those losses, a total of 20 losses in 2 years, compared to 653 by bears and 90 by mountain lions. Nobody is screaming about bears and mountain lions and how they predate on livestock. Mountain lions and bears kill more cattle than wolves in this state and across the country. And we just don't hear anything about that. Nationally, predators of all kinds account for only 2% of cattle losses. The overwhelming causes are weather, disease, and age. Wolves make up roughly 1% of that 2% of predation. The Colorado Wolf Restoration and Management Plan, which the CPW Commission passed unanimously, calls for reintroducing 10 to 15 wolves annually until we reach a sustainable population. Packs are not scattered pairs. Scattered pairs is what we have right now. We don't have fully established packs. and the packs are what keep predation in check. Break up those packs and the wolves become more unstable, as they are right now. They're unstable. Science shows that given some time to develop a sustainable population, the wolves will form established packs and predation will decline. History has proven this over and over again. The fewer wolves that are killed by human intervention, the sooner they establish sustainable packs, and the less predation as a result. So let me say it one more time. Out of $300 million needed to fund the HIAE, this bill provides a minuscule $264,000. I heard it might cover 2 ambulance rides. It might only cover 1. Less than 0.1% of the need for the HIAE enterprise. This is not a serious funding bill. It is an attempt to derail wolf reintroduction, masquerading as healthcare assistance. We can do better, and we should not work towards upending this program, even while the pause has been set aside. There is still a desire to kill the whole program. Please vote no and uphold the will of the voters. Thank you.
Representative Sukla, this is your second time to speak. You have 6 minutes and 29 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to clarify a few of the comments that were made. First of all, I have 3 game cameras on my ranch, and the way that I have gotten through the last 4 months, the first time as being a freshman, is I have looked at my phone and seen all the game that was crossing the river. I have seen bear. I can show you on that phone right now. I had bear, I've had mountain lion, I've had raccoon, I've had coyotes. I have had every kind of animal that you can think that there is on my ranch. And I look at those pictures during session just to make me, because I'm homesick and I wanted to go back home to the ranch. I have got more dirt and mud on my boots, I bet you, than most people in this room, because I'm outside all the time because I'm a rancher. And those bear and those mountain lion and those wild turkeys and all of those animals and the bighorn sheep and the river otters that are on my ranch, that is untrue about the mountain lion and the bear. They have always been there. Right now I can show you, because the bear are there right now, because there is a special bush that has a blueberry. I've tried to eat them and they taste awful, but the bears love them. And then bears come from everywhere, and on that desert ranch, it is 100 degrees, and you've still got bear, and you still got deer, and you still got elk. And I'll tell you something about wildlife. On our ranch, on the BLM, which is Bureau of Land Management land, which is all of your land, and we run our cattle there, my grandfather alone built over 120 reservoirs. On that ranch 20 years ago, there was 25,000 head of deer that wintered there on that desert ranch, and there were 6,000 head of elk. And the reason that it exploded where they were, because it's a desert and there's no water. So my grandfather built those 120 reservoirs on his dime for his cattle, not for those wildlife, for his cattle. He built them for his cattle, but then what happened? It spread those wildlife off of the river on 350,000 acres because of that action that he did. So we are not only taking care of our cattle, we're taking care of all of our wildlife with our profession. We need to think about that when we take this vote. We as ranchers are stewards of the land. It is crazy to think that a rancher with any common sense is going to overgraze. You want to know why they're not going to overgraze? Because then they're going to be out of business. There's not going to be any grass that grows back. I have hunting on my ranch, on my mountain ranch, and I can tell you what, I bordered the San Juan Forest, which is 1.2 million acres. It is 120 miles to my east to where the next person is, the next piece of private land. There is no grazing on that on that San Juan forest for 40 miles from where, on my east boundary of my ranch. And that is where all the elk migrate. They migrate to the mountains in the summertime. They follow what we call the wild onions. As soon as the snow melts, they're following the snow line to get up high. That's where they like it. So they're following the snow line. They're the first animal that heads back to the country. The thing on my hunting, I had a hunter one time say, I will pay you not to graze your land so that and he had enough money to convince me to do it. And I did it. And it was a complete disaster. You want to know why? The elk like the new growth of grass. It's like any of us. If you ever picked a plant that's overripe, it doesn't taste very good. You like that new fresh, the small corn on the cob.
Representative Sukla, I actually am thoroughly enjoying this conversation. I really am. I dead serious, because I'm a fan of agriculture, but I probably need you to bring it back to the bill.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the latitude, Madam Speaker.
You bet.
The figures that were given are incorrect. There is one rancher that has lost 60 head of calves alone. I have never had problems with bear. I have never had problems with mountain lion, and my family's been doing this for 80 years, and bears like to take a nap in the wintertime. Thank you.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It is a pleasure to serve with you.
Hi, everyone. I am here on this bill because I was an original co-sponsor, and I wanted to come up and explain why I'm still supporting this bill, even though there's been a change. And in part, I want to tie it back to our first bill that we talked about, giving back the control for the legislature to evaluate the decisions of the governor. Under the new change, striking all of the language, what we now have is a recognition that there's funds available that the governor has control over through CPW that can be used to help bolster the health insurance affordability enterprise. And so I think at this point, the language in this bill demonstrates that obligation for the governor to find additional places where we can move money to support the health insurance affordability fund enterprise is necessary. So even though I originally was a co-sponsor of this bill, because I did think a pause might help bring the temperature down and allow us to do two things. One is to have conversations about where we were with the introduction of wolves. But secondly, I also wanted and was intrigued by this notion of when CPW is going to determine that we've reached sustainability. Because at some point, we're going to have to make that determination, because that's what the voters asked us to do, is to have the wolves introduced until we get to the point of sustainability. So I was an original co-sponsor because I thought the year of pausing funding would allow for that conversation to occur. When that provision, when all of the legislative debt got taken out, and with the discussions yesterday that some people thought this was an elimination of the program, which I never thought it was, and I don't think the language of the bill said it was just a pause, I had to reevaluate whether my position as a co-sponsor changed in any way. And as I said, my position changed only because now I think we can use this bill and a yes vote on this bill to say to the governor, as he's developing the plan that we've ordered him to do in the Senate Bill 1, I believe, for giving a plan for how he will fill the rest of the gap that he precluded us from filling by virtue of limiting what we could talk about this special session, that one of the things he needs to think about is what this agency, one agency, was able to do in terms of reduction of funding, and to ask all of his agencies where they can help us fill the holes that exist in the programs that we want to support so that we can properly do what everyone in this chamber has articulated we want to do, which is continue to prioritize those economic programs that we have as a state a responsibility to fund. So even though the language is taken out, even though we're no longer talking about a pause or a termination of the program, I do think the bill still is important for putting out to the governor and to have a note to the governor that we know that you can have funds moved from one entity to another to support the health enterprise. And because of the massive premium increases that we've been hearing about, we need to do everything we can as a state to bolster those funds. That's why I'm here, and I hope we can get a yes vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, who keeps messing this thing up? All right. I think the wolf thing goes back to a whole thing about the ballot initiatives, and there are, especially on previous bills, that they are very deceptive. And they're built to be that way because obviously whoever is doing them has intended to get their way, and sometimes truth stands in the way of those. Now, I think we've met our responsibility on the wolf side. It did say till 30, and now we say, well, we're going to do 15 per year ad infinitum until we get a stable genetic population, which I don't know what it is. There's no definition for that, so we don't know. Now, yesterday I tried to create a wolf sanctuary, 109 square miles of wolf sanctuary, and obviously you don't care enough about wolves to vote for that. But right now I think it's worth noting that we're on a hopeful vision with fellow travelers that want to kill you. Because the numbers were thrown out here for 2020, we'll just skip the years, 653, 90 killed by lions. So that's roughly, over 400. So when you break that down, you have 743, but that's for 21,000 animals. And so that means you have 20 animals per every one kill. So for every kill, there's a combination of 28, mostly bear, animals. Now, when you go to wolves and you say we have about 35 wolves, and you say 20 kills, that's 1.75 animals per kill. Because wolves hunt in packs. They're very efficient. I'd suggest reading Call of the Wild. It's a great book. Jack London does a great job of talking through, or maybe it's White Fang, talks about how wolves hunt. And when I heard about an utter disaster, I thought, well, that must be talking about the cows that are getting killed by these wolves. Because if you're looking at just 20 kills, and then clearly if another rancher is due 60 animals, and you say, well, they're clearly not included in that 20 kills, then you go up to 80 per 35 wolves, and you get 0.4 animals, 0.4 wolves per kill. Now, we can talk about the math all day, but I'm just going to tell you straight out that 0.4 is a lot different than 28. So when you're looking at increasing the number of wolves, you have to actually look at what you're comparing. You're comparing 0.4 animals per kill, and I would argue that it's a lot less because what we hear from the ranchers is the sustainability part. And I understand from reading the initial stuff that there was a lot of people that were absolutely opposed to reimbursing the ranchers at all. So they're clearly getting their way in this because those are far behind. Now, I heard it argued that at 7 times is just ridiculous, but go spend some time in another agricultural country. I remember being in Iceland, we were warned not, drive very carefully because if you hit a sheep, because they're just running all over the place. It's not like hitting a deer. You owe everything that sheep would produce for the rest of its life. Now, maybe they were just trying to scare us, but I heard it multiple times. You owe all the wool, all the potential offspring that sheep would have, you owe. And what does that make you do? That makes you be a lot more cautious. So 7 times the value, 7 times the market value, I think that should just make us be a little bit more cautious because I know the ranchers also have to put in a lot of, one of these numbers was dogs. There was probably a lot of these dogs and a lot of the other wolf mitigation efforts that were not required. They were not cost beforehand. And now in order for these ranchers to get paid, they have to go through all these special efforts. So this is not just a benign, fuzzy-wuzzy little hellhound. This is just a no-kidding hellhound. They were killed for a reason. They were killed for a reason. I don't think we need them. I think we could probably do some synthetic predation with hunters and stuff like that, but figure out what the benefit they do is and actually make some money on it instead of losing money on it. But somebody's got a dances with wolves fetish, and we're going to pay through the nose for it. So 0.4 animals per kill, 28 animals per kill. I'll let you do the math.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Absolutely appreciate the sponsors bringing this bill, and even more so the amendment that was offered today. It really takes the politics, I believe, out of this bill, and maybe this is the only bill being brought forward in this special session that has had the politics taken out of it. I think it shows what can be done when we share common interests across the aisle. Prior to the call for the special session, but in anticipation of, I had asked to have a bill drafted that would have paused this program, had halted reintroduction, preserved the monies for predation compensation, and just been a straight cut. When the call came out, that wasn't something that would have fit under the call. So I moved on from that effort. I'd shared the original language with one of the Senate sponsors. And no harm, no foul. Good ideas are good ideas, however they're used. And just speaking of good ideas, there are some good things here in Colorado. We've focused on a lot of debate back and forth on things that aren't so good, but I'm going to focus on just one of them because of the removal of some of the political issues from the ledge deck. But one of the great things we have in this chamber, in this state, are single subject bills. It makes analysis of what's going on much easier. It certainly makes discussing bills with those that you represent much easier, and then defending, if necessary, your votes much easier, because we're not really looking at trade-offs. We're not trying to find whether this is a bill that's 51% good and 49% bad, and setting ourselves up for having to defend the bad parts when overall it was good, or vice versa. So, I mean, I absolutely appreciate that we get to operate in that single subject environment, and I'm not disputing that this is not a single subject bill, but it does have two big components to it. One being the wolf piece, which, again, if that were the only subject, if we were just taking some money away from that program to reduce general fund funding, this would be absolutely simple. The other component is a little more complex. It's going into the health insurance affordability enterprise, which does an awful lot of good things and a few things that I find objectionable. But at the end of the day, this becomes a yes for me, and it's still a yes. A little concerned as we saw things coming towards us yesterday. I was an original co-sponsor on this bill. I liked what it was intending to do. The amendments that had been placed on it were very troublesome to me, almost to the point where it's like, as much as I want what this bill sets us on the path for, I wasn't sure if I still wanted my name associated with it, but I still do. At the end of the day, the balance, I think, has to be tipped to support those who we have impacted as a state. We chose as a people at the ballot box to go down this path of reintroduction of wolves, but what that did was allow the people of this state to levy something on other members that they found quite objectionable. And there's other subjects like this, but in this case, we actually have a chance to do something. We are not, as it was said earlier, going to any further, at least, expect ranchers to pay to import wolves to kill their cattle. I mean, very simply, we've put ourselves in a position now where we're not asking people to fund their the demise of their own livelihood, and that has to be supported. So I do urge a yes vote on this. I think it truly is a good bill. When we're talking politics, it's the art of what's possible. You know, we're never, ever going to get the perfect solution. There's never going to be 100 legislators and a governor that agree on one thing. Certainly, you know, my wife and I don't agree on everything. But I think this is something we should be able to come together on, support those that feed us, provide a little relief to the general fund, even if it's a small piece. It's a step in the right direction. So I'd urge a yes vote on this, and I'd absolutely thank the sponsors for the work you've done and the work you're going to continue to do, I'm sure, over the next few days. So thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to this, and I was born in Boulder. I live right side of town. Like, I am not here to talk about ranching or really even wolves. Like, I have no place in that, and respect fully what ranchers are going through and respect fully the desire of rebuilding our ecosystem. The reason why I'm in opposition is because I am really, really concerned that the passage of this actually sets a dangerous precedent for voter-approved policy. This is a voter-approved initiative. And with a voter-approved initiative, we just had this argument last session and just a bill before where we have a voter-approved initiative, and with voter-approved initiatives comes money. It comes funding in order to make that initiative happen and become realized. And when we as a legislative body come and say, except for that one, we are circumventing and, in my opinion, quite frankly, violating what our oath of serving is. It is not our place to say, voters want this, but we're just going to go ahead and not fund this right now, or we're going to make whoever wants this find money somewhere else. From my side of the aisle, what if we did that for Amendment 79? For all of those who supported Amendment 130, what if we did that for law enforcement? It is not our place to take funds from voter-approved initiatives. As much as I support throwing more money into the enterprise, this is not how it should be done. I'm asking you all to think about the precedent that will be set here if this passes. What will that mean for future voter-approved initiatives when we decide that we can just come in and say, but we won't fund that today? Please consider that in your vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I normally seek to talk to all of you in the room, I think this bill requires me to talk directly to my people. I represent, as my people know, House District 60, which is 3 full counties and 2 partial counties that include many rural areas, many farmers, ranchers. And some might wonder when they pulled this up on opening day when we all got started, or prior, if they looked at the pre-release bills, and wonder, why did my representative not sign on to this bill? And so I want to walk you through a few of the things that caused me pause. The first thing was in the original bill, found in the legislative declaration, where blame was placed on HR 1 for this particular budget shortfall. That has since been stripped out. That no longer is part of the conversation that was just done on this third reading amendment. The next question that I had with respect to this was, where are the dollars going? They're being taken from paying for reintroduction of wolves. Where are they being diverted to? And they're being diverted to a health fund that pays for things like abortion and health care for people who are not lawfully present in Colorado. Things I have voted against in the past and cannot principally vote for in the present. The original bill had this notion that there could be the acquiring well, sorry folks, let me move. Where do we stand now? Let's go there. Where do we stand now? If the governor's call had been what I believe the governor's call should have been, which is an open call to the legislature to solve the budgetary crisis in conformance with our powers as a legislative branch and our position and authority over the purse, if it was a broad scope, then I believe this bill would have been markedly different, and I believe I would have been able to vote yes. I believe that it is very likely the bill sponsors would have brought forth a bill that said, we are going to pause the introduction of new wolves and put those dollars towards compensating the ranchers and farmers, who right now are not being compensated fully. We are in a backlog of compensating them. But the call didn't afford for that. This conversation, as was remarked by a prior representative, was so narrow that she didn't believe that wolves could even come up in this. But to the clever attempt of problem solving for their district, and you know, the bill sponsors took this opportunity, in my view, to solve their problem and do it under the call. I commend you for your creative solutions. But really the only place to put that was in a fund like this. Now, if they had been able to put it in that other compensation fund, I think the ballot issue that was just raised by the prior speaker would have been also a non-issue, because the people in that ballot issue said, please reintroduce these wolves and also compensate. So transitioning the money from one pocket to the other pocket was all within the will of the people. But that wasn't afforded here. And then in the Senate, a bill that was designed to pause introduction for a year. CPW, you may not take any actions to introduce these animals into our ecosystem for this fiscal year. That provision, that clause was stripped, leaving a statement, the division shall not use money appropriated from the general fund for state fiscal year 25-26 for the purpose of acquiring or reintroducing gray wolves. Appropriated from the general fund. Now, to the casual reader, that may be thought of as no state dollars can go towards this. But that's not what it says. It says no money appropriated from the general fund may go to this. So this morning I asked a member of the nonpartisan staff if there were other potential funds that could be used to fund the reintroduction. And I was told that yes, there likely are. Which means that taxpayer dollars are still possibly open for use for this purpose. And since that second clause that precluded CPW from taking positive action towards reintroducing the wolves was removed, it's fair game. So I'm left in a position where the narrative outside this building is, this is necessary in order to protect ranchers and farmers, which I very much want to do from the harm that's being caused and not properly compensated for, and remove the taxpayer's connection to that. But that's not the case. I'm being asked to vote as if that is the case and support dollars going to something I could never defend. 200, let's say, $240,000. Let's just round to that because it's easy. $30,000 for a late-term abortion. How many kids is that? I can't justify it. I couldn't justify it if it was only one. There is no value add here for our ranchers and farmers. State funds could still go to this. CPW could still access other dollars to go to this. Ranchers are not being protected by this. And maybe out in the world of rhetoric, certain people will take wins that aren't actually wins. And that might feel like we're losing on this front. But if we're going to address this problem, which needs to be addressed, we have to do it in the right way. We have to do it through the right process. We have to do it holding onto the principles that we believe in so dearly. And so while I understand that many in my district will not agree with my analysis, and I will upset some of my ranchers and farmers, I made it clear when I ran that I had a litmus test. A litmus test that I would go down as voting for things, and if I answered no on any question, I would not vote for that bill. This bill causes me to answer no on quite a few of those questions. I understand the consequences, but I will hold to my word. I'm a no on this vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and hopefully I can be as eloquent as the previous representative. 30 wolves have been released, 9 wolves have died, 4.7 million has been spent on this when people in my district can't afford medicine and groceries. Another $3 million was spent between July 2024 and May 2025, even though the Blue Book was only going to allot $800,000. $1.6 million was used for staffing. $8 million is going to be the total cost. I wish this bill actually killed the whole program, to be quite honest with you. And I want to talk about a couple of things because my husband, who is one of 13 and grew up in Maine, the wolves have really, oh gosh, you want to talk about setting up a country boy from Maine? Oh goodness, he is tired of talking about those wolves. So we did a lot of research about the wolves. The last wolf was killed in our state in 1940 before all this hoopla of demon weasels and hellhounds came in 2020. You're welcome. Ecosystems adapt without wolves. So I'm going to do a little education. The last wolf killed in 1940, and guess what? The elk, the deer, and other populations have thrived. My husband gets a wolf. He wishes he could get a wolf tag. He'd probably pay a lot of money for that. An elk tag every year. And guess what? There's still an abundance of elk out there. We get one every probably 10 years. Ranching, farming, hunting, and outdoor recreation became cornerstones of land management. The absence of wolves did not lead to an ecological collapse. It led to a different, stable balance. Humans filled the management role. Instead of apex predators, humans became the top managers of wildlife. Ecological decline claims are overstated, just like we heard the representative from Montezuma state. It was localized, it's not widespread. It was addressed through hunting, fencing, water projects, and land use controls. Nature isn't a museum, it actually changes. Ecosystems evolve. Wolves were eliminated due to public safety and economic reasons. Ecological health includes humans, productive ranch land, sustainable hunting, low conflict wildlife population. Reintroducing wolves has added cost, conflict, and bureaucracy, I think we have seen. I do love this bill. But just like the former representative, I have a litmus test. And if I am up here defending not sending money to the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise, which funds illegal immigrants' health care and abortion, then I have to stand by my word to my constituents that I'm going to continue fighting, that the citizens of Colorado deserve this money and deserve that allocation. And when the governor puts parameters on our special session, we should tell the governor no. We are the adults in the room. We are a different branch of government. He does not get to control this branch of government. And little by little, he is tightening the rope around our necks. And I hope the next session, we pass forward a resolution that tells him no more. He does not get to dictate what happens in this building. He does not get to dictate parameters on how we legislate and represent our districts. And we have to say no more. And I truly believe that the bill sponsors would have allocated this funding to the livestock depredation and to the ranchers who are seeing loss after loss after loss because of his wolf reintroduction that has cost the state $8 million. We have to say no more to the governor. No more. You have your own branch of government. Figure it out. So hesitantly, and unfortunately, I'll be voting no because of that part of this bill. Thank you.
Representative Barone, this is your second time to speak on the bill. You have 7 minutes, 52 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to come back up here just to clarify a point that was made earlier. It was mentioned up here that if we vote yes on this, it's circumventing the will of the people. I came up here the first time to make sure that everybody was clear that I understand it was a vote of the people, and I respect that. But the thing I don't respect is that that will and that voting initiative, that voting ballot was a lie. It turned into a lie, actually. So this is from CBS News. Colorado has spent $3 million to relocate 30 wolves of the state over the last 2 years. That's $3 million that taxpayers pay. The Blue Book estimated it would cost about $800,000. So many people that did vote for this, which I respect their vote, were under the impression it was going to cost $800,000. It's up to $3 million. That's a lot of money. That's a big difference between $800,000 that they voted for to $3 million that they ended up paying up to now. It was mentioned that we're trying to circumvent the will of the people, but the majority of this chamber tries to circumvent the taxpayer Bill of Rights all the time, especially during this special spending session. So you can't say that we're trying to circumvent the will of the people when it turned out to be a lie on the cost, and then go back and try to circumvent the taxpayer rights all the time, Bill of Rights, by implementing fees and everything else that circumvents that. So the introduction, and like I said, this is coming from CBS News. $3 million. What this bill is trying to do is put some of that money somewhere else. Now, I'm not saying I agree where it's going. I'm sure many of the members here don't agree with where it's going. It could have gone somewhere else, just like the good representative before me said. It could have been moved somewhere else. It could have been moved to that fund that helps the ranchers and what they have lost, yes. But according to the call of this special session, it can't be done. It can be done. It is very specific on where we can move this money. Hopefully I can work on something maybe and put another ballot initiative, because I believe that's the right way to do it, to the people, to either try to move that money or get rid of this program altogether, because it's really hurting this state. It's really hurting the people that it directly affects in this state. And this time, maybe some of the people that voted the first time yes might vote no. Because of that reason. Because it overblew to $3 million from 800,000. And I'm not saying this is directly the cause of our deficit. No, I'm not saying that at all. There's plenty of other reasons why we are in a deficit, but it does affect the deficit. It did implement our deficit and made it worse. $3 million. That's $2.2 million that we could have used somewhere. Maybe our K through 12, maybe our health system. So I will still be a yes on this because there are pros and cons. I do agree with that. I do respect the will of the people. I do respect that vote. I don't have to like it, but I do respect it. I personally voted no. My family personally voted no for our rural communities, our rural ranchers. And I hope I can work on something that we can probably fix this come in this session. And I'm open to discussion with both sides of the aisle on that. Constructive conversations that we can have, where we can help this, we can help our budget, we can help our people. We can still keep our ecosystem pretty healthy the way it is. I love our ecosystem in Colorado. This is a beautiful, beautiful state. We all enjoy the wilderness. We all enjoy the ecosystem. When we still drive down the road in the mountains and there's mountain goats on the side of the road, people still stop and look at them. They're beautiful, yes. It's a little dangerous, but at least we're going 20 miles an hour. It's not that bad. People taking pictures from the car. Hopefully they're not getting out of their cars. We've seen plenty of videos where people get out of their cars and take pictures of the wilderness, of the wild animals out in Yellowstone and get attacked. That's not a good thing, but yeah. So thank you. I appreciate you your listening to me, and I'll still be a yes vote on this.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify on a couple things. We haven't figured out what sustainable is yet. And I think that's the crux of this whole thing. 30 wolves on the ground with 15 more to go. I think what we need to figure out what is sustainable. Would you agree? What's a sustainable pack? The second thing when it comes to the money, there was examples where it could go, but there's a lot of other examples where it could go in that fund, if we're going to be realistic. The money isn't earmarked just for those services. Those same funds could be used to save a kid's life or keep administration working in a hospital. So if we're going to talk about it, I just want to level set because I think those funds could go anywhere. Just to say that they're going to go to those services, I think isn't a full truth. And the last thing is I'm a big consent of the governed. And yesterday, I came in here and I gave my reasons why I didn't think I could vote for this bill. And my constituents started to reach out. And the agricultural groups started to reach out. And these are groups that are here and they're lobbied, but they are paid by my farmers, my ranchers, the corn growers, the wheat growers. These are the people no different than we are elected to represent our constituents. They are elected and paid to represent a larger constituency. And to me, that's what being a representative is. This isn't my personal opinion. Now, do I bring my ideas into this and what I ran on? Yes, 110%, and I respect everybody that does that. But there's been a couple times in this building when I push that button, I have to step back and say, you'd like to push this button, but I'm going to push this button. And I think that's important. The consent of the governed. I can't go much longer. I just hate that this is such a touchy topic. I really do. I really think one thing that was awesome this year is a representative from Boulder came out to an event on the Eastern Plains And we've got to find a way to start doing more of that. Because we've done a couple of these, and it's just amazing to see, like you know what I mean? Like, okay, you talk about it, but now I see it with my own eyes. And I think we have to start doing a lot more of that. Now, you know, we see more because we come here. So I get to see a lot. But we really have to worry about both sides. So I'd like you guys to come see more of where we're from, and I think that you'll understand our argument a little bit better. But this is a touchy subject. It hasn't been easy for anybody. I believe this is still staying with the will of the voter, because until we consider what is a sustainable herd or pack, that's the kicker right here. So I want to thank you again. I'm still supporting this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I have been debating with myself about whether or not I would come down and speak on this, because one element that has been stated already that I wanted to kind of pull back on, I'm not going to dive into that. However, I'm going to take the rare opportunity to be able to express agreement with one of my colleagues from the other side of the aisle when it comes to referred measures. I've had a lot of conversations about this. I had conversations yesterday. I expressed my concern, by the way, on second reading. You know, like I already, so you just probably kind of copied me a little bit, but that's okay. I had concerns on second reading about this. Bill sponsors came back up. They engaged with me. They answered some questions. At the end of the second reading, I still was expressing some concerns about this. I've had an opportunity to even debate that with some of my other members on this side of the aisle. The referred measure piece of it concerns me. Yes, I understand that numbers have been met. Yes, I understand that the intent of the program has been met. However, there was not anything in the ballot language that referred in any way to, if these numbers are met, that we're going to divert funds elsewhere. To me, this is in a violation of how the amendment or how the referred measure was sent to the voters. That piece of it was never explicitly stated. It was never clear. At best, it's murky. Now I'll go a little bit further than what my colleague on the other side of the aisle said. You know, I'm pointing over here because of geography, not political affiliation. That it fits right in line with my concerns over the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, right? You've got referred measures that have been passed. You've got referred measures that have been voted upon time and agreed and backed time and time again by the voters to say, get your fingers out of there. They've slapped our hand. Try to keep sticking it in the cookie jar, but they keep slapping our hands, saying stay out. And, you know, so far we don't listen. Overall, I think the intent, the lesson is to stop sticking our fingers in any cookie jar, anywhere, when it comes to referred measure. That should be the end-all, be-all. Once it hits a ballot, once the voters have spoken, that's it. That's it. I'm not in favor, and I'll be voting against this. Said that on seconds, explained why. But I wanted, again, to take the opportunity to express in a rare form, rare opportunity, to show a little unity with the other side on this, especially when it comes to, I would love for it to be contagious, especially when it comes to referred measures to the voters. The more we can protect those, I think we'd argue a lot less. There are other opportunities still yet to support the taxpayers, their voice, what they've expressed at the ballot. I would encourage us to do so. This program, from the beginning, has not been one that I can support. I understand, again, I didn't agree with it. I didn't vote for it. I do respect the will of the voters. We should all. Don't necessarily believe that the program has been on the level with what the intent was of the voters. It's cost a heck of a lot more, significantly, exponentially more than what was originally stated. We didn't bargain for that. We didn't budget for that. We didn't plan for that. The program itself, yes, I do have some problems with. Now, I am going to recognize that I still very much respect the intent and the efforts of the bill sponsors, especially with their rural communities. Because agricultural communities have spoken. They've spoken loudly. They say, we need help. There's times that I need help. Just simply trying to support the ranchers, trying to simply support what they are saying. It would appear that my good colleague from the Bison area has something to say, and I would not want to impede upon her ability to come to the well. So I will cede the well for my good representative.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been struggling with this bill, colleagues, and I've been going back and forth between voting no and voting yes for this bill. I've not received a lot of communications or feedback from my constituency in Boulder, but there was a comment made earlier about respecting the will of the voters, and I just wanted to add to the record because I do respect the will of the voters. But my understanding, the reason why I will be voting yes for this bill is on page 3, lines 7 through 16. My understanding, this particular bill will not stop the reintroduction itself. What it says is, in the context of this extraordinary session, to address an emerging budget in health insurance affordability.
Excuse me, Representative. I think there has been a request. There's talking going on in the chamber. I'll ask everyone to focus on the debate at the well. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So other sources of funding outside of the general fund should be used instead to procure new wolves from other states. So again, in essence, my understanding what this bill is doing is that it's ensuring that we have the money that we need for the health insurance, for the health care, and setting aside that money for health care purposes, but nonetheless, as it relates, if we could find funding through other sources, this particular program will still continue. That is my understanding. And because of that, I don't believe that the bill in itself is attempting to curtail any of the prior policies or circumventing the will of the voters. Because of that, I will be a yes on this particular bill today. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this is my second time. I think I have about 5 minutes left, so I'll be brief.
5 minutes and 2 seconds.
Thank you. That's a great level of precision. Okay, rubber stamp-a-palooza, economic health by bloodletting. This, right now, unfortunately, is a response to the governor's narrow, improper focus of directing the legislation. Now, let's look. Seats, gallery, legislative branch, executive branch, probably about 30 feet below this floor. That was done at great cost to the state of Colorado, when it was done, I'm sure, intentionally, because nobody just accidentally builds the most occupied rooms at this level. So the court has upheld the right of the General Assembly to go outside of a governor who would be sovereign outside of their scope in these special sessions. And I think, when we're talking about this beautiful vision of fellow travelers who want to kill you, and shifting money to an enterprise that also goes in to fund undocumented foreign nationals and feticide, creating a moral problem, and that was set by a very specific, very pointed funding requirement by the executive, who again is in a floor 30 feet below this for a purpose. The executive should be executing those governing principles that are put forward by the General Assembly in securing the rights of the individuals, not dictating to the legislation that what we should do, especially in this rubber stamp spending session. So this is, what I think is important is when we're talking about the will of the voters, there's a couple things. Yes, they were mostly tricked into voting for wolves. You have a lot of people in the urban areas that thought it would be beautiful to have wolves, hellhounds frolicking around and ripping out the bellies of cattle. 0.4 wolves per cattle. So now we're talking about putting in 15 more. There's another 37 dead cattle right there, just by the simple math. So, but one thing the voters also voted for was that the ranchers should be remunerated for their losses, and that has not happened, and we are thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in arrears. So it's not in violation of the ranchers, not in violation of any ballot initiative, the will of the people, to say, hey, we've done this part, now we need to do this part before we need to do more of this part. We've done wolves, we have over 30. We need to remunerate the ranchers before the General Assembly kills another 37, which is what we know is going to happen, just by the simple numbers that were given, the ratios that were provided by our colleague just a little while ago. The courts have upheld, I've talked about the OLS about this previously, the courts have upheld the General Assembly's right to go outside the bounds of the improperly set scope by the governor. We get to determine this. So the governor has given us some guidance. That's cool. We've come in on a proclamation, not the executive order, even though the proclamation was buried in the executive order. An executive order is not to the General Assembly. The governor, we are not functionaries of the governor, although some act like that. But we, as a General Assembly, should not be. So the courts have upheld the General Assembly's rights to go outside of the boundaries set by an executive who would be sovereign. So in a moment, I'm going to propose an amendment that would say, all right, let's take this money, let's give it to the ranchers while we pause this program, and then the program can continue, but at least the General Assembly would have been doing its obligation to the voters, per the voters' will. We would be acting according to the voters' will, giving money from this program to this health enterprise.
Representative DeGraff, you have 45 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Giving money to this enterprise was not part of the voters' will, and even though it's part of the governor's overall scope, so I request to move a third reading amendment.
Request permission to run a third reading amendment.
I request permission to move a third reading amendment for sanity.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The bill as currently written represents a number of compromises that we have made. So at this time, we will respectfully ask for a no vote on permission to change the bill. Thank you.
The motion before us is to run a third reading, permission to run a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 5. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Stewart is excused. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 42 no, 3 excused, and 1 vacancy, the motion is lost. Representative Martinez, we're back to the bill. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam
Representative
Speaker.
Story, you do have 3 minutes and 42 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to add some, again, additional perspective on some things that have been said and spoken about. Some, when they have talked about a sustainable population and said, oh, there's 30 wolves, or, you know, there's however many wolves out there. When we're talking about sustainability, we're not talking about the pups that are out there. We're talking about the adults that are capable of creating offspring. And so we can only be talking about the adults, which I think amounts to about 16. And that is not a sustainable population, nor, as I have mentioned, have they really created packs, even if there is a pair that is denning and creating pups. Additionally, the multiple millions of dollars that have been spent that also has been talked about is not the reintroduction money, the money that is utilized for reintroduction. It is money that is being spent because of policy that we have passed out of this body to accommodate negotiations and agreements between the Department of Agriculture, representing farmers, livestock owners, livestock producers, and also with CPW, where they have made agreements relative to providing non-lethal tools for use by livestock owners, ranchers, farmers to protect their livestock and their farms. It includes range riders, guardian dogs, fox lights, flattery. There's so many other options out there, and they are working on training and providing information for livestock owners and ranchers and farmers. And it also includes, additionally, the compensation that I already talked about earlier, the immense amount of compensation that's being offered in this state that is the highest in the country. So, and that also was policy passed out of this body on behalf of livestock owners, ranchers, and farmers. So that is all to the benefit to protect the livestock owners and so forth. So just keep that in mind in your vote.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've discussed this for quite some time. We would just urge an aye vote.
Thank you. The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 5 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. DeGraff. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, 2 excused, and 1 vacancy, Senate Bill 5 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess for approximately about an hour, and at that time, we will approximately do a call of the House. Sound good? Approximately?
The House will stand in recess until later today.